see June 6th at 4:31 p.m. And when you say 4:30, you do mean 4:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you also see June 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. on the email States Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And in fact, the email States Exhibit 1 is at the bottom, meaning it came before
Yes.
the emails that were Defendant Williams Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
Okay. And so given that States Exhibit 1 looks as it does, are you saying that the email that is Defendant Williams 1 is the entirety and not a part of any other email chain that you said?
This email was the first email sent. Okay, so when I say this email, I'm referring to Mr. Williams Exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Was the first email sent on June the 6th of 2024.
Okay.
That is the first email. Mr. Williams Exhibit number 2 is the continuation of that chain of emails in which Ms. Hilton responded to me, and then I responded to everybody else,
Okay.
Including yourself.
Thank you for clearing that. Your Honor, I'm going to give back to the court's copies of the emails.
Okay.
Thank you. And I apologize, they're not in there.
That's fine.
Thank you. You were asked, Mr. Melnick, you were asked by Mr. Sharp, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Okay, let's try to figure out where that squelch is coming from.
Might be from me. I may have been too close.
Okay.
To
Where's States 1, Ms. Love?
And Your Honor,
If
the
you've
court
got-
did now, that's in there.
Yeah, you did. It's submitted. Thank you.
Did we clear up the squelch? Is it gone? Okay.
It seems to be.
Where did we? Is it the court's mic? Okay. I'll step away from it so that I'm not echoing. Mr. Melnick, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did you understand that question to mean in 2024?
Leading up to June 7th of 2024, yes.
Okay. Did you answer how you became aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
I did.
How did you become aware?
Because Mr. Shard told me.
Okay. And when Mr. Sharp called you, was that the first time that you were aware that the state had been talking to Mr. Copeland?
I was aware of an interview that took place with, I think it was Investigator Viverito. I don't remember the date of that interview, but it was during a time when I was representing Mr. Copeland. But other than that particular communication, that was the first time I became aware of any direct communication between the district attorney's office and Mr. Copeland.
And when you speak of the interview by Investigator Viverito, was that while she was with the DA's office or while she was with the Atlanta Police Department?
I do not know.
And was that interview one that you have seen or have knowledge as a part of the discovery in this case, or something different?
I have knowledge of it. I've never seen the interview. I know that it exists.
And was that interview a formal interview while he was in custody at the jail?
Yes, as I recall. I mean, I haven't seen the interview, but I believe he was in custody at the time.
Okay. And did you give permission for that interview? I'm gonna turn this off.
Just speak loudly.
Did you give permission for that interview, or did Mr. Copeland reach out to Investigator Viverito to talk to her?
I have no idea. I did not give permission for that interview. I do not know if Copeland reached out to her or not.
And had you been paid by Mr. Copeland or retained by Mr. Copeland to represent him on criminal charges at that time?
Yes.
And was that prior to March of 2023 that this interview took place?
Yes.
Do you recall at any time representing to any member of the district attorney's office in 2023 that Mr. Copeland had not paid you for your services?
No.
Do you recall telling a member of the district attorney's office that you were not representing Mr. Copeland on his criminal charges because he had not paid you? I'm just asking if you remember. If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I represented him in his criminal charges to the end.
We understand.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Sharp called you, what was it? What did he say to you exactly?
He said that Mr. Copeland was being called as a witness the next day, June the 7th of 2024.
So at what point how did he tell you that the state had been talking to you?
During the course of that conversation,
What did he tell you exactly?
he just said that the state's been speaking to Mr. Copeland.
How many times have you spoken with Kenneth Copeland between the time that Mr. Sharp called you and the time that you resolved his criminal matter before?
How many times did I speak with him between June of 23 and June of 24? I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but Mr. Copeland has always been in communication with me.
Did you speak with him more than one time?
Yes.
And during your communication with him, did he always have access to your phone?
Always.
Did he appear to always be aware that he could reach out to you at any time?
This is something where we're going to have to, I don't feel comfortable.
I can stop and pull that question all the way back.
All right.
And the court can decide if the next question is privileged. Did you assure Mr. Copeland?
I'm not going to talk about anything I said to Mr. Copeland. Period. I'm not going to talk about anything that I said to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. Based on how you have already testified, is it safe to say Mr. Copeland didn't reach out to you and say to you?
I'm not going to talk about any communication I had with Mr. Copeland.
Do you have any idea why it would be Mr. Sharp who first alerted you that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
No.
And are you aware of any communications Mr. Copeland made to the state as it pertains to your representation of him after his criminal case was resolved?
I'm not.
Do you recall, you indicated that you spoke with Mr. Abadi, the district attorney's office, regarding Mr. Copeland as a witness in the case that we are in trial on now.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Mr. Abadi that you were not representing Mr. Copeland beyond the criminal case?
No.
Was the time or times that you spoke with Mr. Abadi in the context of resolving or getting a bond for Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
It was primarily with regard to the bond and the underlying criminal charges. I don't believe Mr. Abadi has much, if any, involvement in this case.
What is your recollection of what it was that you said to Mr. Abadi or anyone else regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really recall having, other than the fact that, you know, he's talked to me and I've talked to the state, I don't recall having in-depth conversations about it. Y'all were still in the middle of jury selection. It wasn't much of an issue.
Understanding you don't recall having in-depth conversations about it, what is it that you recall telling Mr. Abadi or any other member of the state about your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really have any independent recollection of anything specific.
How are you then able to say that you spoke with members of the state and told them that you represented Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in this trial?
Because I had specific conversations with Don Geary about this case and about Mr. Geary's desire to use Mr. Copeland as a witness.
Am I correct that that was pre-indictment?
Yes.
And am I correct that that was at a time when there was at least a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be a defendant and not only a witness?
That's correct.
So apart from the conversation you had with Don Geary pre-indictment, where there was a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be on the indictment, do you have any recollection of conversations that you've had with members of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the current case 22 SC 18357?
Ms. Love, we did not have substantive discussions about what his testimony would be, but everybody in your office knew that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
With respect, I don't mean substantive. I am asking you simply, do you recall what it was, if anything, you said to either Mr. Abadi or any other member of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the current case 22 SC 18357?
Just that I'm representing him.
And you recall specifically saying to some member of the DA's office, apart from the criminal charges that you helped resolve in 2023, you recall saying to a member of the district attorney's office, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the YSL trial.
I said that to you, okay?
That is your memory.
Yes.
Where was this? Is it on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it? Was it before or after Mr. Copeland resolved his criminal charges?
I guess before, because it was when we were talking about the bond issue.
And so what exactly did you say about your representation?
I said that I was representing him, and if you want to talk to him, talk to me.
And when you said you were representing him, isn't it true that you were talking about this criminal charge?
No, Miss Love, it's not true.
Did you state that you were representing him beyond this criminal charge?
Had you finished your answer?
That's fine, yes.
Make sure he finishes his answer before you put the next one on the floor, okay?
Did you state that you were representing Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in the 22 SC 18357 case
Yes.
outside of the criminal charges?
Yes.
And did I hear you say that it was your testimony that you never once indicated that Kenneth Copeland had not paid you and you weren't even representing him in the criminal case?
No.
So is it also your testimony that no one from the DA's office reached out to you to try and get you to go speak with Mr. Copeland
About what?
about his criminal charges?
Nobody tried to reach me to go talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
Is that your testimony?
I don't know why that would be necessary.
That wasn't the question. Answer the question.
No, I don't recall anybody speaking to me about going to talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
And so is it fair to say you also don't remember telling any member of the DA's office that you were on vacation and you were not able to deal with Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
So I resolved Mr. Copeland's criminal charges. As far as I know, I resolved them to Mr. Copeland's satisfaction. And it may well be that at some point I was on vacation and not available to go speak to Mr. Copeland. I don't recall specific dates and times, but there is no issue with communication between myself and Mr. Copeland. Okay?
So as it relates to the question that I asked, do you recall there being a time when you conveyed to the district attorney's office that you were on vacation and could not go to talk with Mr. Copeland?
Ms. Love, if you have such a communication, then I'm sure it exists. The fact that I may have been on vacation a day or a week doesn't mean that I wasn't communicating with my client. Okay?
And if you would mind answering whether or not you recall it.
I don't recall.
All right, y'all, we've been at this for over an hour and it's really not particularly relevant anyway, so let's wrap things up.
Yes. When you spoke about Mr. Herzog and you said he was never involved in the case, do you know what it was that he was calling you about?
He was calling me about Mr. Copeland testifying in the YSL trial.
And you spoke with him?
Yes.
And he said that?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that Mr. Copeland didn't want to testify.
Now, that was in March.
That was in June of 2023.
And did Mr. Herzog ever say he was working on that trial?
That was my understanding of the purpose of his call to me.
Did he say he was working on it?
Yes.
You indicated, and Your Honor, I have about 5 more questions.
All right.
You indicated that upon questioning by Mr. Steele, that your concern regarding the district attorney's office communication with Mr. Copeland was Mr. Copeland's criminal exposure and that the DA's office was seeking use immunity. And that you considered it ironic that a motion would be filed on June the 7th, considering there should have been, or wasn't, apparently there was no grant of immunity prior to that time. Do you recall saying
I
that?
do.
You never once asked the district attorney's office what protections the immunity afforded to Mr. Copeland.
I'm familiar with what use immunity is, Ms. Love.
Do you recall telling Ms. Hilton in the presence of an investigator that you had never heard of OCGA 245-507?
I believe that I did not know that that was the use immunity statute, but once I read the order and saw that it was the use immunity statute, I'm very familiar with use immunity. I've been doing this for 30 years.
And so you are aware then that there wasn't a need to seek use immunity, but that the motion was to compel Mr. Copeland to testify after the state had offered him immunity.
I feel that the motion and the order that was granted to Mr. Copeland did not protect him very much at all.
And finally, in writing to the email that is labeled Defendant Williams Exhibit Number 5, you wrote, "My concern is for my client. Had I been involved, I would have demanded a much more specific immunity deal.
Mm-hmm.
You need him much more than he needs you. You've put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. Go F yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client."
Yes.
So what specifically did you intend to, you didn't include in here anything particular that you were worried about with the immunity deal, but you were very specific about Mr. Copeland's potential danger from testifying. Is that wrong or right?
We all know that Mr. Copeland is in danger by virtue of his testifying here.
Now, are you asserting that he is in danger for any member of the state from testifying?
No.
And what specifically did you want, more specifically, in the, because you do understand it's not immunity dealings. We can't use anything he says in any way against you.
Yes.
So understanding that, and that the motion was simply to compel Mr. Copeland to testify, given that he had received that, what much more specific information did you want to see in him?
I would have demanded that he be given immunity from all state level prosecutions as a result of any action he may have had involved with any other individual in this case. And I would have seen if we could have included the feds in that as well.
And did you not understand Mr. Copeland, or did you want more than what he was entitled? Did you not understand him to have been afforded immunity from anything he was asked about criminally, whether it was from the state or the defense?
All that protects him from is from you using his testimony against him.
So you did not understand that it actually protected us from using that testimony in any way to get information about him to prosecute him regarding those acts. You didn't understand
It protects him from his testimony at trial being used against him, Ms. Love.
And anything derived from that testimony.
And anything derived from that testimony.
Anything derived from that
testimony. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So, given that Mr. Copeland could not be prosecuted for anything he testified about criminally, and the state could not use his testimony to go seek additional information or reasons to prosecute him, what is it that you would have been seeking to get?
So we are getting dangerously close to privileged communications here. So, but I told you what I would have demanded. I would have demanded absolute immunity from any state level prosecution for any criminal action involved in this matter.
Even those that he didn't speak about at all in the state?
Yes.
And could you tell us just why it is that you would have felt that that was
I think that's
something that should have been avoided?
I'm not going to get
even
into
if it
that.
did not?
I'm not going to get into that, Ms. Love. I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah, I think that's all that I have to think.
All right, is there any further questioning? Okay, Mr. Melnick, this time you can actually go. Thank you for your time. All right. All right, let's move on to the next issue. All right, we're done with this, right? Everybody satisfied?
Judge, I'll just proffer on the record, without calling unless the court finds it necessary, that the lawyer who was...
Okay, in just a second. Yes, sir?
I do not accept any proffer by Ms. Love. I've told the court that before, but that remains.
All right.
I'm rejecting it. She
Your
wants
Honor,
to
I'm not-
testify, then that's fine.
Don't talk while somebody else is talking. Let him finish. Let me rule. Then you can go ahead. I will listen to what your proffer is, because it's really not for Mr. Steele to accept or not. It's for the court to accept or not. Go ahead.
That Mr. Abadi, who was earlier present in court, was on the call that I think Mr. Melnick referenced that he had regarding, he said he spoke to Mr. Abadi about Mr. Copeland and his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Mr. Abadi would testify that Mr. Melnick specifically and explicitly said that he didn't want to have anything to do with this YSL case, that he would not represent him in his capacity as a witness in this case, and that when he was done with the criminal charges, that was it. I believe that he made some reference to used car salesman or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but if necessary, I will bring Mr. Abadi back at some point to testify.
All right. Well, if I am presented with a motion that makes that testimony relevant, then we'll hear from him at that time. My point in all of this was just so that Mr. Melnick could feel like he'd cleared his name. All right. Okay, so anybody need a restroom break before we move to our next topic? All right, let's take 12 minutes and be back at 10:30.
And Your Honor, there's the omitted parts of the transcript. I just want to let you know before we move on to something else.
Omitted parts of the transcript. Yeah, that's what the next topic's going to be. Yes. Okay. Mr. Steele, move into our next topic.
I think, those want to see,
Okay.
he has a problem.
I do need to get. Could you please admit me to the Zoom?
Oh, I guess if Zoom's relevant, I better get on the Zoom also. So give me a second to do that also.
I'm pretty Zoom illiterate, so I'm going to need a little assistance.
How can anybody be Zoom illiterate in this day and age after all of our COVID era Zooming?
I know enough to not turn myself into a cat.
Okay, if you can let me in, and I guess. Are we going to be hearing from somebody over Zoom?
I just have a brief TikTok that I need to play.
Really?
It's very brief.
Okay.
Well, this is part of the proffer, so it's your choice. I can do it or I cannot do it.
I have no idea what it's going to be.
I can tell you what it will be.
Why don't you tell me first?
This will be a TikTok of Mr. Copeland speaking to Miss Bumpus, where
Okay.
Mr. Copeland acknowledges that what is in the transcript the transcript is not complete from the June the 10th meeting.
Did Mr. Copeland read the transcript?
I don't know what Mr. Copeland has read or not.
So,
If you don't want to hear it, then I can just do my proffer, Your Honor.
I mean, if that's what it says, it shows Ms. Bumpus talking to Mr. Copeland.
Believe it or not, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland says, whatever. I mean, I don't care. Play it.
You can take it for what it's worth, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I'll just.
Let me just, if I can begin with my proffer, then I can play this, Your Honor. It is my understanding, based on my conversations with Ms. Bumpus, that while the transcript may be, let me be more specific, the transcript of the June the 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, and I'm not going to list everybody that was in the meeting, but that transcript was complete in the sense that when Judge Glanville was in the room and the court reporter was in the room, I have no basis to believe that that transcript is incomplete for when Judge Glanville was in the room. But there was a portion of that morning, a significant portion of that morning, based on my understanding, where it was Ms. Hilton was in the room, Mr. Copeland was in the room, Ms. Bumpus was in the room.
And how is that your understanding? Because I don't see that from the transcript. And I know I actually said that at some point, but I went back and looked, and let me reference y'all to, let me find it. All right, so the beginning of the transcript, it is just if we all look at page 3, President Chambers were Judge Glanville, ADA Love, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, and investigators Long and Hamilton. And then they have a conversation that goes through page 22. On page 23, the proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03 because just before then, they had decided to get Mr. Copeland in and Ms. Hilton in. So when they go back on the record at 10:03, this is reflected on page 23, it's Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, investigators Long, Hamilton, some deputies, and then at some point, Mr. Copeland expresses that he might want to call his sister, and on page 36, Mr. Copeland says, this is not the sister, can I speak with her for a second, meaning Miss Bumpus? And it shows that Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Court Reporter Weaver, and the two DA's office investigators leave chambers at 10:17, return at 10:33. Then Mr. Copeland has a question for the court. And then on page 46, a sheriff's office person comes in and tells Judge Glanville, we have a security issue. We need to stop for a minute. And it reflects that Judge Glanville and that officer, Lieutenant Dean, exit chambers at 10:45. Judge Glanville returned to chambers at 10:47. Okay, and then there's something about he might want to talk to his sister, and on page 52, they appear to maybe call his sister, and Ms. Hilton says, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. And the court says, hold on. And Judge Glanville exits chambers along with Ms. Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hamilton, and the court reporter. They all leave from 10:53 to 11:28. When they come back in, and this was where I got confused, the court says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions? And I hadn't looked up to see who left before, so I thought maybe just the judge had left, but it appears that they had all left. So, I mean, I assume he meant, obviously we know Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland had been talking prior to this. So I guess that's what he meant. But anyway, that's where I had gotten that. So where do you get your basis that they were in there at some point?
I get my information from Miss Bumpus.
Okay.
So perhaps, and I don't know specifically at what point. I don't know if Miss Hilton came back in the room prior to going back on the record. I don't know. But at some point, Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and Miss Bumpus were in that room discussing things amongst themselves. And my understanding is that Mr. Copeland relayed information regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas and perhaps some other information that Miss Bumpus indicated would be Brady material. And so I just want to put that on the record that this happened.
Okay, so you can't put that on the record that it happened. You can put it on the record that Ms. Bumpus told you it happened.
Well, Ms.
Is that
Bumpus-
what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I want to hear from Ms. Bumpus if that's the case.
Okay. And then would you like to, are you interested in
If you
seeing this
want me
TikTok?
to, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm not interested in seeing it,
Yeah.
but if you feel like it's relevant, I'll watch it.
Thank you.
May we approach briefly Mr. Kendrick?
Yes. Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you for giving me time to refresh my poor memory, Your Honor. So there is actually originally a YouTube video that I viewed on TikTok. And it's an interaction between Kayla Bumpus, Mr. Copeland's attorney, and Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
And there's just is this feedback a problem? Okay.
Not right now, it's not.
Okay. So anyway, I viewed this interaction. I'll go ahead and proffer to the court the exchange that I witnessed. Ms. Bumpus says, Woody, is the transcript complete? Mr. Copeland then vigorously shakes his head back and forth, indicating no. Then Kayla Bumpus says, you say no? And then Woody responds with, you know that. So that's the interaction that takes place. Your Honor, as I think maybe you indicated, and certainly as the state indicated, perhaps the better source of this is Ms. Bumpus herself. She's here. I'd like to call her to the stand and we can hear her testimony about what took place on June the 10th, 2024 during the course of that ex parte that was not recorded in the transcript, not because of anything nefarious, but it would provide, I think, better insights into our position that there was Brady material June the 10th that was not captured in the transcript and not provided to us.
All right, let's hear it. Ms. Bumpus coming up, and Ms. Bumpus has basically, I think, been in court all morning. Is that right? Okay, coming up and take the stand.
Sure. Ms. Bumpus, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kayla Bumpus.
And what is your relationship with respect to Mr. Copeland?
I previously represented him on criminal cases, but for purposes of this case, I was a stand-in attorney.
And what was your intent in representing Mr. Copeland?
To make sure that his rights were protected and to make sure that Jonathan Melnick was good to go.
All right, let's focus on the discrete issue that is before the court, okay?
Certainly. You were present in the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you read the transcript to the ex parte meeting?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that is already an exhibit in this case, Your Honor.
It is, it's a part of the record as a transcript.
Okay.
It's been filed in Odyssey into the case.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be an exhibit unless you want to make it exhibit for the purposes of this hearing, but it's in the record.
Okay. I'll just be referring to that transcript. So have you read the transcript from the June 10th ex parte meeting?
Yes.
And does that reflect everything that occurred the morning of June the 10th during the course of your meeting? I believe that was in chambers. Is that correct? That was compound.
That was compound.
Was that meeting in chambers? Where did that meeting take place?
In chambers.
In chambers. And was the ex parte transcript that you read a complete recording of absolutely everything that took place in chambers that morning?
No.
Could you please tell me generally, when was there a time during the course of that ex parte meeting when y'all went off of the transcript?
Clarify what you mean by that, when y'all went off.
Was there a break in the proceedings at some point on the morning of June the 10th?
Multiple.
Multiple breaks.
Yes.
And during one of those breaks, did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Copeland with someone else, someone from the states, the state present in the room?
Yes.
And when you had that conversation, that was off the record. That was without the transcript being transcribed.
Yes.
Let's clarify who is in the room at this point in time.
Okay. Who is in the room? And again, let me just make clear on this. I only want you to speak about conversations that you had with Mr. Copeland that are not privileged, where, for example, someone from the state was in the room. Do you understand?
For sure.
Okay. When there was a portion of that meeting that was not recorded on transcript, who was in the room?
Myself, Mr. Copeland, and Simone Hilton.
Who else, if anyone?
I don't know all the deputies.
But were there deputies in the room as well?
Yes,
Do you remember how many?
4.
Okay. Anyone else other than the deputies and the 3 people you just named?
Investigator Hamilton and maybe another investigator from the state.
Okay. Approximately how long was that?
Hang on a second. Was the court reporter in the room?
I don't know. I don't recall. I can't remember.
And at what point during the meeting did this allegedly occur?
Towards the end.
If you had a copy of the transcript in front of you, could you show me where? Like, if
I
you,
could get close, Judge.
okay. Do you have a copy for her?
I don't have, does anyone have a copy? I do not have a copy
Mine just
printed out.
disappeared. I don't know where mine went.
Max, do you have one?
I mean, I don't mind passing up, but it does have notes on it.
Maybe not. Let's get a clean copy.
Okay.
What had just occurred, and then what occurred following it? What had just occurred prior to?
What had just occurred was we had been meeting for a really long time, and I needed to go to the bathroom because I was stressed out. And
Okay.
when I went outside in the hallway, Simone was outside in the hallway, so I guess she didn't want to be in the room with Mr. Copeland while I stepped out. That's all I can think of. So she was outside. She met me in the hallway, and she said,
Okay, hang on before you get into what anybody said. So y'all are in chambers. Like, paint the picture for me. You're in chambers, and then and what happens for you to then leave chambers to go to the restroom?
I needed a break.
Okay, and so you leave chambers,
Yes.
and Miss Hilton leaves chambers.
I don't know when she left because when I left, she was still in there. But when I came from the bathroom, she was in the hallway.
Okay, when you left chambers to go to the restroom, who was in chambers at the time that you left?
Mr. Copeland, the deputies that were with him, about 4, Miss Hilton, the investigators from the DA's office, the judge, and the court reporter.
Okay, so you took a bathroom break.
Yes.
And as far as you know, you left, and then you have no idea when or if anybody else left. But when you came back, Miss Hilton was in the hallway.
Yes.
All right. Well, then that's not the part we're talking about.
No. Well, I think it leads up to the part we're talking about, and that interaction with Ms. Hilton may
Okay.
be relevant to where we're about to go.
All right.
Could you please describe the exchange you had with Ms. Hilton in the hallway?
So she asked me, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you guys are trying to say. And if he's trying to do what I think he's trying to do, then that's not going to work. And I said, well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess we can come back in and you could talk to him about it.
Okay. And so when you said you can come back in the room and talk with him about it, was there any further exchange in the hallway?
No.
What happened after that?
We go back in the chambers,
Excuse me, we being you and Miss Hilton.
me and Miss Hilton.
You go back into the chambers, and then would you say again who was in the chambers when you went back in?
Well, Mr. Copeland had then went to the restroom, so it was just me and Miss Hilton in chambers, and then they bring him back in. And
Did
then,
you and Miss, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off if you hadn't finished.
No, then the same other people.
Okay, when you and Miss Hilton were in the chambers prior to Mr. Copeland returning, did you and Miss Hilton have any further conversation in the chambers?
No.
Okay, when Mr. Copeland.
Hang on. So you and Miss Hilton go back into chambers. Do you go back? I mean, chambers is There's an anteroom where the judicial assistant sits. There's a staff attorney's office. There's the judge's office. Where are y'all? The judge's office?
Yes.
Okay, and when you and Ms. Hilton go back to the judge's office, there's nobody else there but the two of you?
And probably the investigators from the state.
You don't remember?
Well, the deputies had to take Mr. Copeland.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Mr. Copeland was gone.
Yeah, he was in.
Was the court reporter there?
Yeah, she was there.
Was the judge there? If you remember.
I don't remember if he was in there.
Okay, so you and Ms. Hilton have a private conversation in chambers?
No, we don't talk.
Okay, y'all just walk back in, and then what happens?
And then everybody comes back in.
Okay, who is everybody?
The judge, Mr. Copeland, the 4 deputies, the 2 investigators from the state.
Okay, we're just going to take it slowly, step by step, okay?
Okay.
All right. So those individuals return. Does Judge Glanville return to the chambers?
Yes.
Is the court reporter in the chambers?
Yes.
Okay. When all of these people are in the chambers, what happens next? A step at a time.
Simone starts talking to Mr. Copeland about what we talked about in the hallway.
What specifically did Miss Hilton tell Mr. Copeland about what happened in the hallway?
I don't remember what she said at the beginning, because then she says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Who is the she that says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Simone Hilton.
Okay, ask the judge to step out. At that point, does the judge step out?
Yes.
Does anyone else step out?
I don't remember if the court reporter stepped out, but I know she stopped taking down what we were talking about.
Okay, and she may or may not have remained in the chambers.
Correct.
Okay.
And so at this point, you're saying that the judge is out, you, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland, 4 sheriff's deputies and 2 DA investigators are in chambers.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Next step. What happens next?
Simone starts to talk to Mr. Copeland about, I guess this is the part about purging yourself and perjury and impeachment.
Okay. What specifically did Ms. Hilton say about purging himself?
About purging himself once he began to testify that he would purge himself of him being arrested.
Okay. What about perjury did she tell to him? Did Ms. Hilton say to Mr. Copeland?
I think some of this is on the transcript, but she reiterated the fact that pretty much she wanted him to testify. She didn't know what he was going to say, but there was one thing that they know that he didn't do that she would not allow him to testify to.
Okay. What did Ms. Hilton tell Mr. Copeland was the one thing he knew, she
All right,
knew?
let's not assume any of this, because this is your witness, so don't lead her, okay?
Okay. So when you say that, what did Ms. Hilton specifically say regarding that?
Well, first, Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this. I can claim all of this. I might as well just say I did all of this. And she said, but we know you didn't do all of this. And specifically, we know you did not kill Donovan Thomas. And I will not allow you to get on the stand and say that you killed Donovan Thomas.
And when Ms. Hilton said, I will not allow you to get on the stand and say you killed Donovan Thomas, did she say anything else with respect to that?
Pretty much, I was explaining to Mr. Copeland about independent evidence, because she said if she had any independent evidence to prove that he was lying about anything, she would just use his statement to impeach him. But she would not necessarily press charges against him for perjury. But she said that if he said this thing, this one particular thing, which was the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, that she may move forward with perjury. And Mr. Copeland says, well, it's not just about me knowing that knowing who killed him, but it's about, I know more about that infinity, and I know something about somebody who's not even on trial.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there a second because there's a lot to unpack, okay? So do I understand your testimony to be that Ms. Hilton said that she would prosecute him if he lied about the killing of Donovan Thomas, but she would not prosecute him if he lied about other things?
Yes.
Let's go back to the infinity, because I didn't catch all of that. What did Mr. Copeland say about the infinity?
You just say, I know something about the infinity that y'all don't know.
And how did Ms. Hilton respond to that?
No, I don't remember, but basically she just like, okay.
Okay. What happened next in that meeting? Oh, can I stop you a second? Had Judge Glanville re-entered the chambers where you were at this point?
No.
Okay. Please continue. What happened after the comment from Mr. Copeland about the infinity?
I think that, I mean, she really didn't say anything about it. She just kept moving forward with explaining to him about she wasn't going to go for that lie about the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but whatever else you lie about, I'll just use it as impeachment. And that conversation went on for about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. I don't know. At this point, we've been in there for 2 hours. And they gave me a second to talk to Mr. Copeland, and then that was the end.
Okay. Who gave you a second to talk to Mr. Copeland?
I guess Simone.
Did Simone Hilton remain in the room while you spoke to Mr. Copeland?
Yes, but she couldn't hear what we were saying.
And why do you believe she couldn't hear what you were saying?
She couldn't, I know, because we were whispering in we scooted away from her, and we just kind of whispered in each other's ear.
Okay. Is there anything else that happened during the course of this meeting where Judge Glanville was not in the room that you haven't told us this morning?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's one time where Adrian says something about Judge Closure.
Where, I'm sorry, who?
Adrian Love.
Okay, let's stop just a second, okay? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. I believe your testimony earlier was that Ms. Love was not in the room, at least during this portion of that meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you referring to another portion of the meeting that happened that morning?
I don't remember if he stepped out or not. I just remember at one point she said, Judge, close your ears.
I don't remember if who said.
Okay, let's go back.
But yeah, that's
Okay,
very
here,
unclear.
we're going to go back and try to clarify.
Let me.
Yeah.
All right. So at the beginning of the meeting, it is Judge Glanville, Miss Love, and you,
Yes, Judge.
the court reporter, and then whomever the deputies are. Mr. Copeland is not there. Miss Hilton is not there. Is that correct?
No deputies.
Okay.
They don't come until Mr. Copeland comes.
Okay. So then it is just the judge, Miss Hilton, and you, and the court reporter, correct?
And the investigators.
The DA investigators.
Yes.
Okay. And so is it that portion of the transcript that you're moving to now?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And what did Ms. Love say?
I just remember her saying something about Judge, close your ears. And I can't remember if he steps out then for a second or not, but that would be the only other time I remember him stepping out.
What did Ms. Love say after Ms. Love said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So we've discussed that one portion of the morning where the judge was not in the chambers. Was there another time that morning, other than that one time we've been discussing, was there another time that morning where the judge was not in the chambers, but there was a conversation among you, Mr. Copeland, and someone from the prosecutor's team?
No.
Okay, that's the only time.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Does any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? And we have a copy of the transcript now if anybody needs it. A clean copy. Yeah. It's sitting right up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counselor, was there a time in your presence that you heard someone give a direction for the sheriff deputies to shut off their body-worn cameras?
Absolutely.
Do you know who gave that direction?
Deputy Brown.
And do you know at what period of time or what point in time that occurred? Were you alone with your client? Was it throughout the whole time? Were you with Miss Hilton? What was going on when you heard that?
That was the first thing he said when the deputies brought Mr. Copeland in.
So as far as you know, I'm not saying the sheriff deputies filed that order, but they were ordered to turn off all body-worn cameras as far as you were concerned.
Yes.
And this conversation that you just relayed to us with Ms. Hilton, you and Mr. Copeland, your client, was that a calm conversation? Was it heated? How would you describe?
It was, we had been in there for 2 hours. It was a high level of emotional tension, if that's a thing.
Okay, were people getting louder than we're speaking now?
Yes.
And who was that person or people?
Simone.
Okay. And when you were talking about Mr. Copeland not being permitted to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Thomas, you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Did Mr. Copeland in any way take responsibility for that killing that day to Miss Hilton?
Pretty much, he just said, you don't know what I did or didn't do.
Okay. And that was said to the prosecutor about the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
Do you know if you saw Miss Hilton taking any notes or recording the meeting, or any of the people with her recording this meeting or taking notes?
I'm not aware.
All right. It says, and the court just gave a transcript, I don't know where it is, but you can look at it. No one's trying to trick you. It says on page 40, towards the bottom, it's the Honorable
Yes.
Judge.
It's fine.
If you need to look at it, if you don't need to look at it, that's fine. Just let the record reflect. It should be on page 40. If you need it, it's June 10th. It should be 2024 ex parte conference that you were part of. And Judge Glanville says something to the effect, I'm not looking at, this is not a quote, but it appears to be to Mr. Copeland. Do you remember when Mr. Love told you that as long as you don't tell a bold-faced whopper, something like that? Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you just, so the court, unless the court has it in front of her, what line
I've
that
got
is?
it in front of me.
Do you know what line that is? Or it begins on?
12.
Okay.
Well, 9, but 12 specifically, what you're referencing to.
I couldn't hear the last part.
9 is when he starts talking, but 12 is when he gets into that part.
He being Judge Glanville.
Yes.
Okay. And what information do you have that Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about the bald-faced whopper?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that again? Or
Yeah.
apparently Ms. Bumpus didn't understand it any better than I did.
Yes. Do you have any information to educate us on when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about you can't make a bald face, whatever it says, whopper?
Hang on just a second. Yes, Ms. Love.
My objection is that the question itself assumes a fact that has not been established.
Sustained.
Read what it says if you don't mind. Since it's
Tell me
in
what
there.
page we're on again.
40.
Okay. Thank you.
The court, the state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Ms. Hilton is telling you is just the truth as you know it. And let her worry about, I mean, even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your First Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That part you said about, you remember earlier this morning, Ms. Love telling you about the bold-faced whopper. That's what I'm focused on. Can you tell us, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland that morning?
What's your basis?
Again, assuming facts that have not been established, the question I believe was, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland?
Okay, so I think that's based on the fact that what was just read out was read out. So I don't know that Judge Glanville's statement establishes that, but that's why he's asking it. So I'm going to permit him to ask that, and she can, keeping in mind that that doesn't establish that it occurred. Ask it as a more conditional question, I guess.
Do you have any information how that came about, if it occurred at all?
So the meeting was really long and a lot happened. I can't remember if Ms. Love was ever in the room at the same time as Mr. Copeland. So I don't remember them being in the room together. And if they were, they did not have any communication.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in that transcript, I have to get you the page if you don't remember, Judge Glanville handing something to you for Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely.
Can you tell this court what that was?
Which time?
Every time. So go one at a time.
So the first time, I believe he handed me a copy of the immunity order.
Okay.
And the second time, he handed me 2 statutes, one on perjury, and I think the other either on impeachment or, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay. Any questions, written out questions you remember being handed to you or Mr. Copeland? District Attorney's questions, was that given to Mr. Copeland?
No.
Okay, you remember that discussion?
No.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bumpus.
Good morning.
Counselor, I want to take you back to that Monday, June 10th, 2024. When you arrived for court that day, you were arriving to represent Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes.
As a witness?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go when you entered the courthouse?
I came right here.
To this courtroom 1C?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Copeland ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
No.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
I was down here, and when I got here, the courtroom was closed. There was no one here. And so I contacted Mr. Chamberlain, and he came down. He told me to call him when I got in the courthouse. So I called him when I got in the courthouse, and I was right here. And he came down and got me, took me upstairs.
Okay. Were you ever told why you were going upstairs?
I was never told why I was going upstairs, but once I got upstairs, I thought I was upstairs because that was the only place I could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. At what point did you realize that you were being made part of an ex parte meeting?
When Brian got up there and said it.
When what? I'm sorry, I just,
Brian,
who's Brian?
Attorney Steele,
Okay.
got up, and that was the first time I really realized that anything had happened, because I had been sitting there and I did not realize what was happening.
Okay.
Where are you? I thought you had just been brought upstairs to Judge Glanville's chambers.
But it was never a time where they said, oh, we're about to meet. They literally just start talking. So
Mr. Steele's there?
no, the first time I realized what had happened was when Mr. Steele made his motion in court.
Okay, so you were in chambers with Judge Glanville and Miss Hilton. And Miss Love, correct?
What I'm saying is,
You answered the question that I am asking you. You were in chambers with Miss Hilton and the judge. Sorry. There are two different parts to this ex parte. You were in chambers with Miss Love and the judge and a court reporter, and y'all had conversations, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware prior to that morning that this case was being tried, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware that Miss Love was a member of the prosecution team, right?
yes,
And that Judge Glanville was the presiding judge at the time.
yes,
And that there were defense attorneys on the other side of the case, right?
yes.
Okay. And so when you went into the meeting, you could see that there were no defense attorneys present, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was going into a meeting.
Ma'am, I understand. Answer the question I asked you. You could see at that point in time that there were no defense attorneys present in the chambers, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So at that point in time, you knew this is a meeting with the prosecution and the judge and no defense attorneys, right?
what I'm saying is,
Ma'am, answer the question I am asking you.
I didn't realize it was a meeting.
Okay. So at the point when people started talking, let's call it a meeting at that point in time. Okay.
Okay.
And so you knew that the defense attorneys weren't there then, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so you knew it was an ex parte. If you knew the term ex parte.
Yes, I
Okay. Go ahead.
And in the meeting, who initiated the conversation about the purpose of the meeting? Was it you?
no,
Okay, who was it?
All right, let me ask y'all a question. I can read what's in the transcript. So unless there's, something that we're saying occurred before, the court reporter said, okay, I'm ready whenever y'all are. I don't need an exposition of who said what. I can see it, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Matthews.
Ms. Bumpus, good morning.
good morning.
Just a few questions for you. At any time during the meeting that took place between the court, the prosecutor, yourself, Mr. Copeland, were you ever told by the court not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting?
All right, we are not going to replow the issue of Mr. Steele being held in contempt. That is moot. So to the extent that this is going to that, move on.
Okay, that's where I was going.
All right.
Thank you. No question.
Anybody else? From the defense team side. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
A few, Judge, just a few. Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, you were asked by, I believe, Mr. Steele, whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything. Do you remember being asked that question?
No,
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard or either member of the defense team this morning that in the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a statute on perjury?
can you say that again?
Do you recall testifying earlier that during the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the question was, did he hand it to me to give to Mr. Copeland?
Do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute? Or better yet, let me do this. Did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the perjury statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
Okay. And did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the immunity statute?
And say, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
All right. And when you responded, let me back up. So do you not recall being asked in this courtroom today, did Judge Glanville ever give to Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what you were asked do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville gave you both a perjury statute, copy of that, and a copy of the immunity statute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what question you were answering when you made those statements?
The question that I was answering was, did Judge Glanville give me something to hand me a statute or hand me anything in a meeting?
And you don't recall him asking whether Judge Glanville handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Objection, as to the answer.
Yes. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure we've got a clear answer on it, but does it matter?
If she, there's a reason that I'm asking the question.
All right, well, go ahead. You can ask it again because I don't think anybody's clear on it yet.
Do you recall being asked today whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything?
I believe that I just stated that he handed me two things.
Ms. Bumpus, I don't think she's asking you about what happened. I think she's, for some reason, asking you about the question that was asked to you on direct.
Do you recall being asked if Judge Glanville gave Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time that you were called to the meeting, you already knew that Mr. Copeland had been granted immunity, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. At the time that you assumed representation of Mr. Copeland, you were aware that he had been arrested, though, right? You knew that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
Okay. At the time that Mr. Melnick spoke with you about standing in his stead on that Monday morning, did you learn during that conversation with Mr. Melnick that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
At what point did you learn that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
After he had been arrested.
Was that before or after the Monday morning meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. You asked us to just focus on the contents of that meeting. You asked me to not get far from that, and we're far from that.
Your Honor?
Yeah, what does this have to do with whether or not some off-the-record discussion that Ms. Hilton was privy to occurred?
Your Honor, the reason I was asking about the giving to Ms. Bumpus the statutes is that my understanding is that at the time that she was called to represent Mr. Copeland, she was not familiar with certain statutes.
Okay, well, maybe not, but that's not relevant to what we're trying to figure out here.
And so to the extent that she was asked by the defense whether Judge Glanville gave to Mr. Copeland anything, and she then responded, he gave it to me.
All right, I don't recall. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was establishing the reason he would have given her that, and I was establishing further the extent of the questions that I had for her dealt with her understanding of her responsibilities. And then finally, I was going to ask her, she'd already testified to my memory that she doesn't recall this counselor ever being in the room with Mr. Copeland, and if there was no communication.
Okay.
So I was going to...
That part seems relevant. You can ask about that.
Miss Bumpus, do you have any memory of Miss Hilton and me being in the room while you were in the room with Mr. Copeland?
I have some memory of all of us being in the room for a very brief moment of time.
When you say all of us, who is all of us?
You just asked me, do I have any memory of you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland being in the room? I remember at one point you came back, but I can't remember exactly what happened while you were there.
Is it your recollection that I was there when Mr. Copeland first came into the room?
No.
And when you say you remember that I came back, where is it that you're remembering that I came back to?
Either, I don't remember. Maybe it's when Ms. Hilton came back. But at one point, all three of us were in the room.
Who's all three of us?
Me, Ms. Hilton, and Ms. Love.
In chambers.
In chambers.
Was Mr. Copeland in the room?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important. We're relying on your memory for certain things. So were there deputies in the room then?
What I'm saying is if Mr. Copeland was ever in the room with Adrian Love, then it wasn't a long, extended amount of time, and I don't think there was any communication. I remember that Simone left, and it was just me, Adrian Love, and the judge and the court reporter.
All right, so your recollection is that at the beginning of the meeting, before Mr. Copeland ever arrived for the first, when he ever arrived with the deputies, that there was a point in time when the judge, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and you were in chambers?
There was a point in time where Miss Love and Miss Hilton were in chambers with me. I cannot affirmatively state whether Mr. Copeland was there or not, but there was at least 2 minutes of us all being there together.
Did y'all have any conversation at that time?
I can't recall because Miss Hilton was doing all of the talking. I honestly believe it was when Miss Hilton left at the beginning, when we first got in chambers, when we were in not the judge's office, but all of us were there.
Antechambers, like outside of
Yes.
chambers, but inside of the door.
Yes.
Who is all of us?
Simone Hilton, Adrian Love, me, Investigator Hamilton. Mr. Chamberlain was in and out. The judge was in and out talking to us, and that was it.
In and out talking to you about anything substantive?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, so y'all are all out where the JA, the judicial assistant, sits. At first, okay, we'll call that the antechambers, ANTE chambers. So when is it that any of you go back into Judge Glanville's actual chambers, his office?
Adrian Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a second in chambers?
Okay, and who goes then?
Just me, her, Adrian Love, and Judge Glanville and the court reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love, if you had anything else.
Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, there were investigators present or no when you, me, Judge, the court reporter first went back?
I can't remember.
Do you recall a comment from either the court reporter or the judge just joking about the fact that I'm not allowed to go anywhere without the investigators?
No.
And when you say that we went into the chambers, you, me, the court reporter, Judge Glanville, was Judge Glanville's deputy there?
Yes. I guess if he's a deputy, I don't know.
Which person was there for Judge Glanville? Which sheriff's office personnel? Do you remember?
No.
And where was that person situated when you, me, Judge Glanville, the court reporter went into the chambers?
I have no idea.
That person was in chambers with the 4 of us, 5 of us?
I don't remember. At some points, I don't remember about when he was walking in and out.
Okay. And by that, by he, you mean a sheriff's office personnel.
If he's a sheriff, I don't know what he is.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of the investigator being present with me while I was in there?
I don't remember. I know there were investigators there. I don't remember if they came in chambers when you came in or after Ms. Hilton came in.
And seeing the transcript, does it do anything to refresh your memory about who all was there?
No.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that at some point after I left the first time, that Simone, me, and you ended up in a room together in chambers. Do you recall testifying that way to the court just earlier today?
Yes, at one point, me, you, and Simone were in chambers together. Like I said, it was a brief moment, and I don't remember you saying anything.
But that was, are you saying that now that was after I left the first time?
I really don't remember.
Okay. So your memory, you know that at some point you, me, and Simone are in chambers together. You cannot recall whether after I left the first time I ever came back.
I cannot recall.
Okay. And when you said, let me ask you just this pointed question. Did Kenneth Copeland ever say, I killed Nut while Simone Hilton, to Simone Hilton while you were in there?
Can you ask the question again?
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Nut?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say that he killed anybody to Simone Hilton?
No.
Did he say any of those three things in Simone Hilton's presence and hearing, to your knowledge?
Can I answer that with a non-yes or no question, Judge?
With a what?
With an explanation, because he didn't say yes, or he did not say I killed, but he said, you cannot tell me what I did or did not do.
Okay. That's the extent that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
When you spoke about someone asking the sheriff to turn off their body cameras, was that Ms. Hilton? Did you say Ms. Hilton told the sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that absolutely wrong.
Please tell me who it was.
I clearly said Deputy Brown.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
Do you recall what was being talked about when Deputy Brown told the sheriff's deputies to turn off their body cameras?
Nothing. That was the first thing that he said when he walked in the room.
And at that point, was Ms. Hilton, you, Mr. Copeland, judge, court reporter, and DA's office investigators all present in the room?
I don't remember who was in the room. It may have just been me.
So it may have just been you when Deputy Brown said to the sheriff's deputies, turn off your cameras?
I don't remember exactly who was sitting in the courtroom.
But that's
in
the chambers, but that's possible?
It is possible.
It's possible it might have been when you and Mr. Copeland were just in there together?
It wasn't.
Well, Mr. Copeland had to have been in there, right? Because you said the deputies didn't show up until Mr. Copeland arrived.
No, what I'm saying, Judge, is that was the order as he walked in.
Right. But what did you say might have just happened when it was just you?
Nothing. I was saying I may have been the only one sitting there. I can't remember, but there wasn't like, oh, step out. It's as soon as they walked in, this is what was said as Mr. Copeland was walking in.
And was there any, did you request at that point that they brought him in to have a private meeting with your client at the time?
At that moment, I hadn't requested anything.
Is it safe to say you don't know why they were told to turn off the body on him?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone from the state ask the deputies to have those body-worn cameras turned off?
No.
You testified earlier that Mr. Copeland said something akin to, I can claim all of this. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And who was he talking to?
Simone.
Okay. And did you know, or did he ever make clear what all of this was that he was talking about?
I believe he was referring to everything that
Wait, that's not the question. It wasn't what do you think he meant. It was, did he ever make clear?
he said everything in this case.
He said the words, everything in this case?
I don't know if those were his words verbatim, but that's what he said.
Was the court reporter there when that happened?
I don't know. This was an off the record conversation.
Okay, so it was off the. So when what about his words? What words did he say that makes you now say that's what he said if you don't remember exactly how he put it?
I said I don't remember his words verbatim,
Right.
but I was there and he said, I can claim all of this. I can take all of this. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about this case.
Okay. Is what you just testified to the extent of the words that Mr. Copeland spoke regarding claiming something?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. It's what you just testified about, the extent of the words Mr. Copeland spoke about claiming something.
I don't want to say that is a complete lead to the extent because he said it over and over. He said it various ways. He changed the way he said it.
Do you recall what specifically was being discussed at each of the points that he said that? Specifically.
Overruled.
Specifically, not generally, not broadly, specifically what was being discussed at each of the points where he said, I can claim all of this.
The whole conversation was about Donovan Thomas's unaliving.
Are you familiar with any of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. Are you aware or are you familiar with any allegations about any retaliatory events that occurred that the state considers a part of the Donovan Thomas shooting?
No.
At what point, what was being asked of Mr. Copeland when he made the statement that you testified, it's not just about me knowing that, it's about who was in the infinity? What was being asked of him when he said something like that?
Nothing was being asked of him.
Okay. Did he just sort of blurt it out on his own?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he said was, I know something about that infinity that y'all don't know. And it got something to do with somebody who's not even on the case.
Okay. Did he ever make clear what it was that he knew? To Ms. Hilton in your presence?
He wasn't given the opportunity to.
But what do you mean?
She continued to talk about what she was talking about.
Okay. Did she ever tell him, don't talk to me about that?
No.
Did you ever hear him sort of interrupt her at any other time, at any time?
The whole conversation was them interrupting each other.
Okay. So did he ever interrupt her to give her more information or to tell her what it was about the infinity that he knew?
No.
Okay. when you said, Adrian said, Judge, close your ears. Did you mean to say Adrian said, Judge, close your ears?
You?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay. At what point are you alleging, are you saying, does your memory tell you that I told the judge to close his ears?
I don't really remember exactly what was saying. I don't know if it was you and Simone in there, but something about, we were having a conversation. Me, you, and Ms. Hilton were having a conversation about, I don't remember what we were talking about. And you said it, and then you said, Judge, close your ears.
And what did I say after I said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
All right, so then it's now your recollection that there was a point in time when you, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and the judge were in there and Miss Love was talking.
Judge, I've said that she never talked while Mr. Copeland was in the room.
Okay, and you don't even remember really whether she was in there or not when Mr. Copeland was in the room.
If she was,
She Miss Love.
It was very brief, but no.
Okay, but you said before, I thought, that there was maybe a 2-minute time when you, Miss Hilton, and Miss Love were in a room together.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so that was in front of also Judge Glanville? Because you just said it was, so I'm
Well,
trying to get clarity.
Here's the clarity. He wasn't at the table with us as normal. He was turned around on his computer, but still inside of his office.
Okay. So when did this occur during, we have the beginning of the ex parte being Miss Love, all of y'all are standing outside in the ante room and Miss Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a minute or something to that effect? And then who all gets up and goes into Judge Glanville's chambers?
Simone has left to go to do something at that point. So it's just me and Adrian Love.
Okay, and who else?
And the court reporter. And she says maybe her investigator. I can't remember.
Okay, and so the three of you talk for some amount of time,
Yes.
The three of you being Miss Bumpus, you, Miss Love, and Judge Glanville?
Yes.
All right, and then tell me when that changes and it becomes more or fewer of you in that room.
The first person to join us is Simone when she comes back from court.
Okay, and is that at the same time that essentially the same time that Mr. Copeland also joins you?
Maybe within a minute or so. They don't come in like at the exact.
Okay, so they come in essentially together. And where's Miss Love at that point?
She leaves when Miss Hilton comes, but she does stay for, like I said, there's a brief conversation with me, Miss Hilton, and the judge.
And the judge?
Well, in the judge's chambers. The judge is
Okay.
not.
With you, Miss Hilton, Miss Love, but it's not a part of the proceedings yet because the judge didn't even pay attention. He's over there working on his computer.
Yes.
What do y'all say at that point in time?
I don't remember what the conversation
Anything of substance?
was. It was about maybe plea deals. I remember she said to me.
She who?
Adrian Love. I remember she says, which I can't forget this. I don't know who's worse, you or Jacoby.
What?
That was the thing. That was the nature of the conversation.
Say that again.
She said, she tells me she doesn't know who's worse, me or Jacoby.
Me or Jacoby?
Yeah.
Jacoby Hudson?
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with this case.
No, that's what we're talking about. You asked me what we were talking about.
Okay, so something that had nothing to do with this case.
And then something comes up about, I don't know if it's plea deals. I don't know. It was something about this case where she says, Judge, close your ears.
Okay. So this is before y'all kind of gone back on the record. The judge isn't paying attention anyway. He's in the room, but he's over at his computer. Y'all are over at his conference table. Is that what your recollection is?
Yes.
Y'all are talking about entirely other things. And then
I wouldn't say entirely other things, but we're not talking about the Mr. Copeland.
Or the case. If you're talking about Jacoby Hudson, you're not talking about the case.
Oh, we're talking about the case. She's talking about, I guess she's talking about the reference to me hugging people. I don't know. But we were talking about the case.
Okay. Anyway, and then at some point, Miss Love, to your recollection, says, "Judge, close your ears," because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't know exactly I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case. And
Okay, but
she
you
doesn't
don't.
want to talk to me about a plea deal because I'm not a defendant.
Right, that wouldn't have made any sense.
But she was discussing something pertaining to the case, and she says, "Oops, Judge, close your ears."
And how long does that conversation go on?
Like two, or that's the 2 minutes I'm talking about.
Okay. And then what happens to Miss Love?
She leaves
She leaves. And then when do y'all go back on the record?
immediately.
Okay.
Well, no, I talked to Mr. Copeland for a second.
Okay. Privately or? Okay. And then y'all go back on the record. And then does the record reflect everything the record reflects accurately? Other than whenever this conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland allegedly occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the transcript in front of you at this point?
Yes, sure.
Can you kind of point out where this conversation allegedly occurs?
It's somewhere around page 40.
Okay.
Between 39 and 40.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I just get, if it's between 39 and 40, are there any specific lines?
Well, it was like off the record, so I wouldn't know exactly which line it starts back at.
Okay, but you had represented previously that Judge Glanville was not in the room at that point in time.
Yes, he was asked to leave.
Okay. So him being asked to leave isn't reflected. Is that right?
Let's see.
Okay. Do you remember who asked him to leave?
Miss Hilton.
Okay. And that's not on the record either?
No.
And you can't remember whether the court reporter stayed or left?
I can't remember whether she stayed or left, but she definitely stopped taking down.
Okay. All right. And when did you, sorry, Miss Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my questions.
Your Honor, I honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right. So after this conversation concludes, then what happens? And by this conversation, I mean the conversation you referenced that is not reflected in the record, but that takes place between you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton. What happens after that? But if it's not in the record, it's not going to be in the record. So you just tell me from your recollection what happens after that.
That's probably towards the last 5 minutes of this meeting.
Okay.
And so we go back on the record and
so the conversation finishes. How does everybody get back in the room? And how is it that y'all go back on the record? Give me the details of that.
she just, we just finished the off the record conversation and just Simone just says everybody can come back in. And then okay, wait, Judge, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually,
Your Honor, does the court mind if I sit?
Go ahead.
I would say that the conversation actually happened around page 46, 45.
45? Okay. And is that conversation, in fact, reflected on the record?
No, but I don't know.
I mean, so how are you sorting out, oh, it's around 45 that it occurs?
Because I try to get the conversation on the record.
What did you say? To get the conversation, or to try to get the conversation on the record?
I say,
I'd like to hear it from your recollection without reference to the transcript first, okay?
I'm trying to make sure. So I just.
So Ms. Hilton says, Judge, can you leave? And at that point, do you say anything? Like, no, Judge, stay, or anything like that?
No, she already told me in the hallway that she was going to ask the judge to leave and have a conversation with him.
Okay. So show me where in the transcript y'all come back from the restroom break.
Well, you want me to, you asked me to.
Now I do want you to look
Okay.
at the transcript, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. You asked when. Okay, I think we came back.
No,
around.
yeah, the restroom break. Show me the restroom break.
See, that's not in here where me getting up. I don't know how to find that.
Okay, so the restroom break y'all take, but it isn't reflected.
Yes.
Okay. Is the restroom break after Mr. Copeland's with y'all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And it's immediately after this restroom break that you and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland have the private conversation?
Yes, sir. And George, you asked me a question earlier that I didn't get to answer.
Okay, what's that?
You asked me, can I, without looking at the transcript, tell you how I tried to get it back on the record?
Yes. Can you give me a second before you answer? Because I'm looking for something in particular. All right, so y'all take a restroom break. You see Miss Hilton in the hall. Y'all walk back in. Mr. Copeland's gone because he's taking a restroom break at that point. The court reporter is there. Mr. Copeland comes back. The judge comes back. And that's when Miss Hilton says, oh, wait, Judge, go back out?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now what were you going to answer?
You asked me how did I get it back on the record?
Yeah.
So after the conversation, I say pretty much, I want to get what she just told him about what he cannot go to jail for.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the off the record conversation is he's trying to figure out, can he go to jail for lying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get back on the record that she says that she's not going to prosecute him for anything other than one thing.
Okay. Okay, and so y'all have had, the three of you have had this conversation. Judge is gone. You can't remember whether the court reporter's there or not, but then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. That's on page.
So then you say, I'd like to get this on the record, or?
No, we go back on the record.
Okay, so how does that occur?
No, she just says, let's go back on the record. Simone.
So Ms. Hilton says, let's go back on the record.
Yes.
So you don't say, I want to get this on the record.
No, I just do my best to get it on the record when we go back on record. It's in the.
Oh, I see what you mean. You say, you don't mean, I'm really trying to get this on record. You mean Miss Hilton says, all right, let's go back on the record. And then you try to like give a rendition of what occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And that is reflected where?
On page 48.
On page 48.
Well, between 47 and 48.
Okay. All right. And does page 47 and 48 reflect the off-the-record conversation that allegedly occurred between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland?
There's a part where I say, so he can go to jail for anything but what? Okay. And okay, page 51 specifically, I'm asking, I tell him he has to make a decision. And I ask, so if he starts testifying today, is he going home today? And then I say, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay. So, at that point, between, whatever you said, 47 and 51, y'all are back on the record, right?
yes, Judge.
Nobody's declining to take down what you're saying.
No, Judge.
Okay. So any time during that point in time, do you say, let the record reflect that Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and I had an off-the-record conversation, and I'd like to put on the record what was said during that conversation?
No.
Okay.
And also on page 51, I say, I think, are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something?
Uh-huh.
And then it's no response. Because he just looks at me.
Okay. All right. So does 47 through whenever that last page number was, does that accurately reflect whatever was said during the alleged off-the-record conversation?
It doesn't accurately reflect, but it does. I do try to mention what we talked about, but it doesn't accurately reflect everything that we discussed.
All right. So was there something else that you discussed that you should have said, oh, and by the way, this also happened that you didn't say?
I'm confused, Judge. What do you mean that who didn't say? That
You.
Simone didn't say?
No. Anybody during the alleged off-the-record conversation, when you're making this record, after y'all go back on the record, you said it still wasn't accurate. And you also said you weren't stopped from saying anything during that part. So what is it that you should have said that you didn't say?
Well, I guess the only thing that I should have said that I didn't say is that Simone said that she would not prosecute or move forward with any type of perjury if he said anything except for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right. All right. So when is it that you actually reviewed and read this transcript?
I really don't know. I think maybe around the time that I had to retain counsel, I think we reviewed it together, which I cannot tell you the exact date, but somewhere.
Sometime in late June?
Yeah, somewhere after 6/12.
Okay. And we all in this room know this to be the case, but you are an attorney licensed and barred to practice in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, you have a duty of candor to the court?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Is there any point in time after you read this transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
This court, well, there really was no court's attention to bring it to, because after all of that happened, it's been on recess for so long.
So you've been in court when we've been in session for the last week or two, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I was presiding at that point in time, right?
Yes.
Did you at any point bring to my attention that you believed as an officer of the court and a participant in this ex parte meeting that the transcript did not accurately reflect what occurred in that meeting?
Well, Your Honor, I did not bring it to your attention, and I honestly still would not, as an attorney, if I can answer this as an attorney, I believe that there is some value in off-the-record conversations for specific things, and it has always been my position, even in speaking with members of the defense, that as far as anything minus the off-the-record conversation, that the transcript is complete.
Okay. All right. So what is your answer then to my question?
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Did you ever at any point in time bring to my attention your belief that this ex parte transcript was inaccurate because it was incomplete?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, because of what I kind of just said, I don't believe that it was incomplete per se, minus the off-the-record conversation, but there are a lot of off-the-record conversations that are had that are not included in transcripts, and that's not unusual to me.
All right. So you don't actually believe it's inaccurate then?
No, I just think it's missing the off-the-record conversation. I'm not missing. I just think that the defense did not have knowledge of the off-the-record conversation. Not that it's missing from the transcript per se.
Okay. Because it was officially off the record. Is that what you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And did you ever, if it in fact occurred, did you ever object to it being off the record?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at some point you brought it to the defense attorney's attention. Is that how you decided to deal with it?
I had a conversation with the defense attorneys. I don't want to say I brought it to them, but we just had a conversation about what happened.
All right. Ms. Love, do you have other questions for Ms. Bumpus?
Ms. Bumpus, did you tell any member of the defense about the details of the content of the off-the-record conversation that you had with Ms. Hilton on June 10th?
That I had with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland? Yes.
When did you tell them?
The same day.
Did you tell them everything you remembered about it?
I told them everything I remembered.
And do you remember how long after the conversation took place it was that you told them?
I don't know, maybe like an hour?
Was court in recess or was court in session when you told them?
Court was in recess.
Between the time that the conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland ended, and the time that you told defense attorneys all of the details you could remember about the off-the-record conversation, was court in session at any point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was court ever in session between the time that you finished your conversation with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland and the time you told defense? What happened in the meeting?
Yes.
Court was in session during that hour?
Had court resumed?
Correct. Did court at any time resume from the time that you left the meeting in chambers to the time that you had the conversation with defense? Just in that moment, from chambers to conversation with defense?
Oh, no.
Court had not resumed?
No.
And when you said earlier,
I mean, because remember, we came straight down here and sat down and immediately started, so I didn't speak to anyone.
and when you were speaking earlier about when after Mr. Copeland came in, you said you weren't sure whether I was in the room? Did the portion about judge close your ears occur before or after Mr. Copeland came into the room?
For sure before.
Okay. And at that point, was the court reporter taking down anything?
No.
And at that point, did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to whatever it was?
I can't answer that.
Did he give any indication? Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
I would have to say no, but I would also say I wasn't looking at him at all.
Do you remember Ms. Fulton at some point talking about the judge closing his ears at any time?
I don't remember.
And with looking at the transcript at all, refresh your memory.
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you take a look on page 26, line 5 of the transcript? And since it's a part of the record, read from line 2 to the end of line. Let me just ask you this. Do you see where Ms. Hilton says, Judge, you might want to close your ears?
Yes.
Did you hear that phrase or something like that said more than once in that meeting?
Yeah, and before Simone got there, I know exactly what I'm talking about. So are you in here at this point?
So my only question is, did you hear that phrase more than once in the meeting?
I can't remember if it's that exact phrase, but I heard you say something to that extent, and I heard her say that.
Okay. Were you the first person, to your knowledge, that brought to defense's attention that there was in fact a meeting in chambers?
No.
Who do you know? Do you have personal knowledge of who that person was?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Because they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any commentary to you that led you to believe that they knew what was said in the meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
Is it true that?
Sure. Yes, sustain. Can you be specific?
Who specifically came up to you and asked you about the meeting in chambers?
There were multiple attorneys that specifically talked to me at one time.
Would you please apprise the court of the names of those multiple attorneys?
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. We're still far afield again of the limited subject matter that you asked me to stick to.
Your Honor, as it pertains to Brady or whatever information, I think it's quite relevant. Who knew what and when, as it relates to what was said during the meeting?
Okay, well, I don't know if it's relevant who revealed it, who revealed that a meeting occurred. Ms. Bumpus has said that essentially, if I understand you correctly, that at some point during the day immediately following the meeting, the day of the meeting, you had a conversation with some defense attorney or defense attorneys, and we can sort out who, where you relayed to them everything you knew and everything you recalled about what went on in the meeting, including the off-the-record conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can figure out who that is now.
Thank you. Who was it? Name the attorneys that you referred to just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago with the question she asked me, Judge Whittaker?
With the one I asked.
I mean, it's the same topic, right?
Okay, ask the question again.
Which attorneys by name first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Then answer the question Ms. Love asked you.
I don't recall, but I think Judge Glanville did judicial notice of me on camera. I don't recall.
No, my only question to you is who first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
I don't recall everybody who was there.
Who do you recall?
I recall Attorney Steele and Attorney Adams. And I can't remember who was the other person.
Do you remember how many?
How many
lawyers were there when Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams came up to you an hour after the meeting and asked you about it? How many lawyers were there?
3, I think.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Sharp? Just throwing out names.
At some point,
Okay. So Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams, within an hour, is that accurate, of the meeting, came to you and talked to you about what happened in the meeting?
I would say yes.
Okay. Other than Mr. Sharp, anybody else you remember?
No.
And when they spoke with you, regardless of how they got it, did they share with you any details from the meeting?
Yes.
And what details did they give to you that they already had before you started talking?
Objection. This is not.
Sustained.
Okay. Last couple of questions, Judge. Ms. Bumpus, when you agreed to represent Mr. Copeland, did you, during the course of the meeting that you had in chambers, did you ask questions of the prosecutors or the judge about what the immunity statute meant or anything like that?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions because I didn't realize until the end of the meeting what was actually going on. That information wasn't given to me.
That's all.
All right. So Ms. Bumpus, you knew to show up for court that Monday because Mr. Melnick had asked you to be stand-in counsel for Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you representing that Mr. Melnick simply said that and nothing else? He didn't give you any background about what you were walking into?
Well, what I'm representing is I was given specific instructions, and those instructions were I'm standing in for him. If Mr. Copeland chooses to plead the fifth, which I anticipate he will do, then you won't have to do anything else. If he chooses to testify, we have agreed that he's discharging me.
Okay.
And I made that very clear to everybody multiple times that morning that that's what I was here to do.
Okay. But you had no idea that there was an immunity order in place?
No.
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the defense side have follow-up questions for Ms. Bumpus?
I have just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your cross-examination, you said, quote, she says she is not going to prosecute him for anything other than that one thing, unquote. What is that one thing?
I can't answer that. I can only assume it would be the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but those are the words that she chose to use.
When you're saying unaliving of Donovan Thomas, what are you referring to?
I get him being killed.
During cross-examination, Ms. Love asked you about some alleged retaliatory acts. Were those being discussed when Mr. Copeland repeatedly said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Nothing was being discussed.
What do you mean nothing was being discussed when Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
He said that on his own, and that's kind of how the conversation started.
What was the subject matter being referred to when he said, I can claim all of this, I can take all of this?
Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else? While Mr. Steele's making his way up, just so I am clear on this, you're saying that are you saying that in the off-the-record conversation that you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton had, that Ms. Hilton told Mr. Copeland that the one thing she would prosecute him for perjury for was if he got on the stand and said that he, Mr. Copeland, was the one who killed Mr. Donovan Thomas?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that she would prosecute him for perjury if he said that.
I don't know if she exactly said would, but she was comparing it to things that she wouldn't.
Okay. All right.
So I guess more of a highly possible situation.
That would be the one thing that
Yes,
could
Judge.
get him in criminal
Yes, Judge.
perjury type trouble. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to do timing or sequencing you were asked about. When you left Judge Glanville's chambers, after the entire, not bathroom breaks, after Mr. Copeland was removed from the chambers, et cetera, where did you go, if you remember?
I came and sat right there in the courtroom.
At that point, had you spoken with anybody to alert anyone that there was an ex parte meeting?
No.
Where did next time you saw Mr. Copeland was when? When you left the ex parte meeting, came into the courtroom?
Up here. He was up here.
Testifying where you're sitting?
Yes.
Okay. And then did the jury come in?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland testify before the jury?
Yes.
At any time during that moment when Mr. Copeland's testifying in front of the jury, did you tell anybody about this ex parte meeting that you attended?
No.
Or the contents?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there being a break at any point for lunch?
Yes.
Is that the first time that you were approached?
Yes.
Ex parte meeting?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Did anybody, and that's after you were under no restraint, you told the truth?
Yes.
And that was to myself and the other people you told?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
After the lunch break, do you remember when I raised it before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
Did I do it right away after we spoke?
Yes.
First time the court reconvened?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Sharp, coming up, and speaking of a lunch break, we're way past time for hours, so let's plan to do lunch right after we wrap up this witness.
Ms. Bumpus, were you in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, did you hear the Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Let's take our lunch break. Let's come back. It's 20 till 1 right now. Let's come back at 2. Just for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not for Mr. Kinder.
All right. Is the state going to have anybody?
If the court could just, I'm sorry for being obtuse, what exact issue is it that we are addressing? I know it's the June 10th, but what exactly are we addressing? So I can have.
I mean, the defense maintains that there was an unrecorded portion of this ex parte where Brady information was revealed to Ms. Hilton that Ms. Hilton did not then share. So that's our topic. Sure.
squashing. It's a huge case that they did not know that Mr. Melnick was representing Kenneth Copeland, and they went behind Mr. Melnick's back and initiated conversations with Mr. Copeland. Let's be frank, all these gentlemen are facing RICO charges with overt acts going back to 2013. So this is not a case where Mr. Copeland could not possibly be prosecuted. He could easily be indicted. He could easily be indicted and put with the rest of the gentlemen who were severed off of this case and be in Rice Street right now. He was in legal jeopardy when the state was seeking to speak to him outside the presence of his attorney. From our perspective, that was a knowing violation of Georgia Rule of Professional Responsibility 4.2. Additionally, Your Honor, there's Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards the tribunal. Now, I can't flesh this out without Ms. Love taking the stand. I would love to ask her about it, but in the motion to grant Mr. Copeland immunity, in paragraph 12, I believe it is, they specifically stated that a member of the defense team had contact with Mr. Copeland, and that prompted him to begin to assert that he was going to exercise his Fifth Amendment right.
I would prefer that, since there continue to be allegations back and forth amongst the lawyers, that we specifically get what is actually stated in there instead of, and I know you're not trying to misrepresent anything, you're trying to give it your best recollection, but let's get the actual motion and read the actual words, okay? I've got it somewhere.
Okay, I've got it right here, Your Honor, from Ms. Persifield's email to us.
I've got it. If you've got it at hand, go ahead. But if you don't, I've got it now.
Okay. I'm trying to find out exactly, try to figure out where it was. Okay. Paragraph 11.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Paragraph 11.
Yes. And it says, Kenneth Copeland has been subpoenaed to testify in the above style case. Copeland is the next witness scheduled to testify in this case on June 7, 2024, beginning at 9:00 a.m. On June 4th, 2024, and June 5th, 2024, investigators with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney coordinated and arranged with Kenneth Copeland to provide Copeland transportation to court on Friday, June 7th, 2024. However, on Thursday, June 6, 2024, after an encounter with defense team members and members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Copeland stated to an investigator and to an attorney with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney that Copeland may attempt to plead the Fifth to avoid testifying against members of YSL. I can only speak for myself. I did not have any encounters with Mr. Copeland on June 6, 2024. I don't believe that any of my colleagues did. I don't believe any members of the defense team did. I don't believe that what's asserted in paragraph 11, to my knowledge, I don't believe it to be the truth. If it is not the truth, and again, I would love to inquire, but Ms. Love would be a witness at that point. Bar Rule 3.3, candor towards the tribunal, would also have been violated. The reason I focus on the violation of these rules is because of the Ford case. And the proposition that we can do something about this besides run to the bar. And that makes sense because it's ultimately if And I say it did happen. And I say the transcript establishes that it did happen. And you have the transcript, Your Honor. We have in the transcript the state and Judge Glanville both affirming each other that Mr. Copeland can essentially be incarcerated indefinitely until this trial is over, until the trial of the co-defendants is over. That, to me, is coercion. That's intimidation. We have other examples where Mr. Copeland is given what I would say incorrect legal advice about what his exposure is for these allegations and his potential criminal liability. That is coercion. That's trying to convince him to take the stand and plead so that the state can then impeach him with his prior inconsistent statements, presumably. Mr. Copeland, the act of him taking a stand as a result of those ex parte communications has prejudiced, has harmed all of these young men in court here today. So there has to be relief beyond bar issues for them. Your Honor, I'm not going to repeat everything in my motion. You have my motion. I know you've read my motion. But they have a right to a trial. They have due process rights. They have a right to a trial free of prosecutorial misconduct if that misconduct rises to the level of a due process violation. They have an absolute right to a fair trial and due process in front of a fair and impartial trial judge. They also have the right to be present at all critical stages of the proceedings, including, I'm saying, and I think it's fairly clear, that those ex parte communications talking about the witness under the Scudder case that I provided to the court before, that was a critical stage and they were unlawfully excluded. And of course, there's no way we could have acquiesced because we knew nothing about it ourselves. So those are all violations that have harmed these individuals. There has to be a remedy. I believe that the facts are there for you to consider disqualification of district attorneys in this case. And I think Mr. Steele is going to argue that further. But also, I believe that the facts are there under the Wilson case, as well as the State v. Jackson, 306 Georgia 626, Anderson v. State 285 Georgia Appeals 166, and Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327. Wilson v. State 233 Georgia Appeals 327.
All right, and those are the three cases that y'all gave me a couple of days ago.
About goading. And the reason I cite to those cases, because it's not often, well, it would be never probably, that a district attorney or prosecutor is going to say, yes, I did this intentionally, I did this to goad. These cases looked at the egregiousness of the violation, the experience of the prosecutors involved. Ms. Love is a chief deputy district attorney in the office, head of the unit
All right.
that deals.
Can I interrupt you for just a minute? So all of this is in your motion, and if and when we get to that point, that would be an appropriate argument, but let's
Okay, well, that
pause
you
it
asked,
for now. I have it.
You asked where we are right now, and that's from my perspective, that's where we are right now.
All right. And I don't mean you can't argue anymore. I just mean
No, I understand.
the information about their qualifications is in your motion.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. And if Mr. Steele's going to argue as to something else, that's fine. But I had said a little while earlier that with regard to Ms. Love, your proffer about what Mr. Abadi might or might not have to say about Mr. Melnick's representation was not yet relevant. I think it is now relevant, and the proffer has not been accepted. So if you want to present evidence as to that, that would now be appropriate. And I don't mean this very instant, because I'm going to hear from Mr. Steele, but we now know that is an issue. So you can go ahead and get him lined up.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I would just like the court to consider the case that was announced to this honorable court by Attorney Shard. I emailed it earlier today to your honorable court's co-worker and all the parties. It's Ford Motor Company versus Young, and it was 322 Georgia Appeal, 348. It's in Division 3. 745 Southeast 299 2013 case. And what our second highest court wrote was, and I've given a copy actually to this court. And
Oh yeah, I got the copy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's on page 8 of 9 of the copy I've given. It's on the right-hand side, first full paragraph. And it specifically states that in the center, and we have previously held that trial courts may disqualify attorneys for violations of the disciplinary rules. We held that the trial court erred in ruling that because sanctions for violations of disciplinary rules appear to be the exclusive province of the Supreme Court of Georgia, not of the trial court, it lacked authority to determine whether plaintiff's counsel violated 4.2, Rule 4.2 of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct, and therefore should be disqualified. We noted that the determination of whether an attorney should be disqualified from representing a client in a judicial proceeding rests in the sound discretion of the trial judge. So I'd just like you to reconsider your order, not disqualifying Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love. And you've inherited a case that has a lot of history and a lot of it bad. And I put into my motion, I could go over it with the court, and I also attached the YouTube links. It's on July 10th, 2024. I also filed in case the link goes away, I filed on a thumb drive to preserve it. So that's with the clerk's office, and a copy was sent to the prosecution as well. But it started before, but you know, an opening statement. I don't know if you read it. So
I read your motion and I looked at the portions that you were talking about.
Hurtful. You know, it's hurtful. And then as of last week, a new court comes on. It's almost like, you know, a breath of fresh air. It's all new. And again, I'm hit with a motion by Ms. Love that was the fourth time the same thing's argued, talking about a duty that is intentionally and knowingly not followed through by me, and I owe it to her. And I saw your email saying, whoever wrote that, you come into court. I understood it.
I don't think Ms. Love did herself any favors with that.
Well, the favors have to end. You know, I'm not trying to, I've never done this before in my history of living in a courtroom, but it's just not appropriate that I can't accept a proffer from a lawyer. I've never said that before. I've never uttered any of those words. So I'll leave it with you. My point is, it doesn't end. There have been no sanctions. It's been ratified almost. And it's from everything. It's just, I put in paragraph 2, just choice examples from my memory. But it is constant. You know, there are great people everywhere in the courts, and they shouldn't be treated like this. So that's I'm asking you to disqualify, because it's just not, at some point, the message needs to be sent that this is not the state of Georgia, and it's not our bar.
All right, thank you. As I understood the gravamen of your motion that you filed since I've been the presiding judge to disqualify Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton, it was because you needed them as a witness, and that was the basis of my ruling. And in Mr. Sharp's motion that is under consideration right now is a request, again, to disqualify them. And I know that I previously said, y'all, that's a matter for the bar. And when I was talking about that, I essentially meant the, and I don't want to call it bickering back and forth because I'm not sure it's been back and forth to any large extent, but that kind of thing, the whatever it is that had been talked about before, that's what I was talking about. I will tell you that this court takes Brady violations very seriously. And I mean, everybody ought to, prosecutors ought to. And I am considering that right now. So rest assured that I am aware and have been aware that I have the authority if I choose to remove them.
Thank you.
So, all right. Do y'all want to be heard from the state on this? Or do you want to go ahead and present some testimony to counter the Melnick, that you knowingly contacted Mr. Copeland, knowing he was represented by Mr. Melnick?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right.
What we did was ask that our witnesses be summoned, if you will.
Okay.
If the court
All
would
right.
just give us a...
Sure. Why don't we take a convenience break, and can you let a deputy know when you're ready with somebody, and we'll come back out.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Witnesses for the state. Ready? All right, let's get that person on the stand.
United States House, Adam Abadi.
All right. I remember one time when I was called as a witness in a case for some very ancillary matter, and we're so used to being the ones examining, we're not used to being the witness. And the direct finished, and I got up to leave, just like all of the lay witnesses who have no clue, and then I felt like an idiot. But oh well, maybe Mr. Abadi won't do that. We'll see. You're coming up to the witness stand.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He's going to swear himself in, but whatever.
All right, let's.
Like Mr. Melnick, I'm an officer of the court. He wasn't sworn in, but yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief Deputy Abadi. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Just for the record, would you state where you work and what your position is?
DA's office in Fulton County. I'm the Chief Deputy of the Major Crimes Division.
All right. And February the...
Please slow down. Last name.
It's A-B-B-A-T-E. And I said Chief Deputy of the Major Crimes Division.
February of 2023, where were you working within the DA's office, if anywhere?
Same position.
All right. During that time, do you recall having a conversation with an attorney by the name of John Melnick regarding a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yeah, it was a conversation on the Zoom call where Judge Whitaker was on the call and heard all the contents of what I'm about to testify to. Yes.
All right. And would you tell the court what the purpose of that Zoom call and that conversation with Mr. Melnick was?
It was related to, and it was just a discussion as it related to the bond conditions for his possession of a firearm by a convicted felon case that was before Judge Whitaker and the conditions that would be included in it.
Was there any part of that conversation that referenced Mr. Melnick representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
Yes, specifically. And the reference is that Mr. Melnick was all hot about the fact that I was on the call representing as a representative pretty much for you as a member of the team for this case, because he specifically said on more than one occasion that I'm not here about that case. I don't represent him on that case. The only case that I have this judge that I represent Mr. Copeland on is the 22 SC case. He said it over and over again, and he kept making snide remarks as it related to you and the district attorney's office and eventually me, to which I said, I finally interrupted him. I said, we're done with your used car salesman, stuff. And that's when the judge was kind enough to intervene and say, all right, whatever, we're here just for the 22 SC case. We understand you don't represent him in the YSL case because there's nothing to represent him on, was the gist in my recollection.
And when you're talking about the 22 SC case, are you solely meaning the one Mr. Copeland faced charges on, criminal charges on?
Yes, the one that was before Judge Whitaker that we were there for to, negotiate and agree upon bond conditions for. I think it's 22 SC 182, I think it's 134, and the charges were possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and I think reckless driving. I think this all happened February 24th of 2023.
Do you know whether that Zoom call was transcribed or whether or not there was a court reporter on that Zoom call?
I'm not sure, but I don't remember seeing, I think it was Miss Evelyn, who was the court reporter back then. I don't recall.
Do you recall how many times Mr. Melnick stated with any degree of emphasis that he did not and was not representing Mr. Copeland in his capacity as a witness in 22 SC 183572?
2 or 3 times, and it was all in relation to the state's request that he be fitted with an ankle monitor. And that was particularly angersome, I guess is the correct word, as it relates to Mr. Melnick's reaction, because that's when he kept saying, this case has nothing to do with that case. I have nothing to do with that case. I don't see why he has to have an ankle monitor.
Are you familiar with what it is that the state was trying to secure with the ankle monitor?
His location at all times, I suppose.
And are you familiar with Did you speak with Mr. Melnick at any other time regarding his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, I try to avoid him as much as possible.
Has he ever in life represented to you that he represents Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, it was the exact opposite in front of the exact same judge that we're sitting before today.
And showing what our market states is it too, John, I don't know if the court had already.
Here you go. Here's the bond order.
Showing you State's Exhibit 2, which I'll mark, which is a copy of the filed bond order. Is that the bond order that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about on the date that you're speaking about now? Or is there?
So this would be the bond order that came from the conversation we had in February, I think February 23rd, excuse me, February 24th of 2023. This is this is stamped for March 3rd. So there would have, the whole reason for the Zoom was to negotiate and come to some sort of agreed upon set of bond conditions as it related to Mr. Copeland and being released on bond for the 22 SC 182134. That was right. So this would have been the product of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all that I have with this witness, Your Honor, for right now.
All right. Any questions by any of the defense attorneys for this witness? Nope. Ms. Weinstein, Mr. Matthews?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harvey, who I can't really see over there in the corner. Is he even there? Is Mr. Harvey over there? Anybody for Mr. Harvey's client? Any questions? Okay, great. Thank you for your time. You may step down. All right, call your next witness.
State calls Attorney Peter Herzog.
Okay. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, do you want him sworn or do you want him to testify in his place?
I'll have him sworn in.
All right, yes, please swear him.
testimony you gave, you tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. First,
Peter, P-E-T-E-R, Herzog, H-E-R-T-Z-O-G. T-Z-O-G.
Good afternoon, Mr. Herzog.
Good afternoon.
Would you please, just for the record, state for the court where it is that you work and what position you hold there?
So I'm a senior assistant district attorney in the anti-corruption unit of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked in the anti-corruption unit?
Since I started in the office, about a year. I think I started March of 2023.
Did you say March? And I just need to speak up a little bit louder. March 2023?
Yeah, I think it was March. I've been here about a year and a half.
Okay. Have you ever worked in any unit besides the anti-corruption unit?
I did a short stint where I screen cases and then I cover a court part for a complex, but I've always remained in anti-corruption.
As an attorney with the anti-corruption unit, have you ever had an occasion to speak with Mr. John Melnick about a person by the name of Kenneth Pope?
Yes, I believe so.
At any time during those conversations, did you ever, in any way, seek any information regarding Mr. Melnick's representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the case 22 SC 183572?
No.
Did you ever, in any of those conversations, have any occasion to talk with Mr. Melnick about his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in any YSL related case?
No.
Did you ever, during your conversations with Mr. Melnick, reference either myself or Deputy District Attorney Simone Hilton?
No, not to my recollection. No.
Have you ever been asked by either of us or anyone prosecuting the YSL case to reach out to Mr. Melnick?
No, absolutely not.
Is this the longest you and I have ever even talked?
I believe so. I think I ran into you once in the hallway and said hello. Other than that, I don't think we've had much contact.
Did the matter that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about have anything to do, in any tangential, direct, indirect, any way, have anything to do with 22 SC 183572 or the criminal indictment that preceded it?
Absolutely not. No.
Was the case that you spoke with Mr. Melnick about a case that was in your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever asked by anybody in the DA's office to have any communication with Mr. Melnick regarding his representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Melnick ever just tell you, hey, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the YSL case?
No, not to my recollection.
Do you recall sending Mr. Melnick an email back in March of 2023?
March of 2023. I don't recall.
Yeah, I'm not certain exactly where the evidence.
I'm sure it's somewhere with the court reporter.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as defendant Williams number 4, Your Honor. And I'm going to show you ask you to take a look at the bottom portion of defendant Williams number 4. And ask you if you recognize that time frame as a time frame that you reached out to Mr. Melnick.
The time, yeah, I did reach out to Mr. Melnick. It could have potentially been around that time frame. If you'd like, I can go into more detail.
Yes, please.
So we were investigating, as part of anti-corruption, we were investigating.
Without getting into the details of any anti-corruption case
Okay.
at all.
There was an allegation made that involved Mr. Copeland. At the time, I was relatively new to the office. I'm not from here. I'm from New York. I spent years practicing up there. So I know nothing about what's going on down here in relation to this case. I reached out to Mr. Melnick to see, as per our usual in our unit, to speak with every witness. And I believe I asked him if Mr. Copeland wanted to talk about that specific matter. And I don't believe we ever followed up on it.
Was Mr. Copeland in jail at the time that you reached out to Mr. Melnick?
I believe so.
So was Mr. When you reached out to Mr. Melnick, where and why did you seek to go through Mr. Melnick to get to Mr. Copeland?
Because, if I remember correctly, he represented Mr. Copeland in that other matter.
To your knowledge, had that other matter been resolved?
At the time, I'm not sure if it was resolved at that time. I don't believe so. I think that's why I went through Mr. Melnick, I believe.
Outside of the anti-corruption matters, did you speak with Mr. Melnick regarding anything else related to Mr. Copeland?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
All right. Any defense examination of this witness?
You know, I did a thing, I wrote a check mark, and I'm gonna have to do that off the report. I apologize.
Okay, probably have some white on it. That would work. Is that okay with everybody if on stage 4, Ms. Love White felt the check mark she inadvertently wrote on stage 4, which is why I don't like to ever handle the evidence, because I'm constantly taking notes and then I end up writing on the evidence.
And it's defense, Williams exhibit.
Is that okay? All right. Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'll do that after Mr. Sharp has had an opportunity.
Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, from what I understand, March 2023, you are working for the DA's office in the anti-corruption.
Correct.
Okay, and you are building up a case?
Yes. I'm investigating a case. I'm not building up a case. I'm investigating a case.
And is Mr. Copeland the target of this case?
No.
Okay, so he is a witness.
Yes, he would have been a witness.
He's a fact witness, I assume?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of what type of witnesses.
Sustained.
What kind of case is this?
Objection as to the.
Well, can we just leave that it's an anti-corruption type case?
I ask, was Mr. Copeland a victim?
No.
So he's a witness?
Well, it's.
Your Honor.
Yes. Do we need a bench conference? Okay. The earphones work right now, so what I'm wondering is if y'all would be comfortable with Mr. Sharp relaying the substance of the bench conference, or if each of you wants to try to come up and gather around, or...
And Your Honor, since we cannot have, since we don't have the ability to let it be heard, I'd ask that the court ask whether each defendant waives their presence at the bench conference.
So do the attorneys want to come up, or? Okay, so I know the defendants normally are able to hear what's going on. I'm sorry we're having technical difficulties. Apparently you need to put these things on their charger pretty frequently in order for them to work. So I'll know that for the next time. One of your attorneys is going to come up and listen to what the substance of the bench conference is, and then I am directing them to return to the tables and let you all know what we talked about. I want to find out whether that's okay with each of you defendants. And also, I am happy if you're not satisfied with what the attorney has told you about it, to then you can let me know and I can say, well, here's my take on what happened. Okay. So, Mr. Kendrick, are you okay with Mr. Weinstein just coming up and then telling you what we talked about? All right. How about you, Mr. Huey? All right. Thank you. Mr. Williams. Okay. Who else do we have? Mr. Stillwell, are you okay with that? All right. And then Mr. Ryan, you okay with that? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. So y'all can't even get it. And do any of the defendants have any questions about it that they want to ask me? Okay. And did you talk to your client about it?
I will.
Do you? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Attorney Herzog,
Spin your mic towards you.
the anti-corruption case that you were working on in March 2023, is that still an active investigation?
No, it is not an active investigation. It was and the investigation was wholly unrelated to YSL.
Okay, and is there a pending case involving that investigation that resulted from that investigation?
A pending criminal case?
Yes.
No.
Now, at the time you sent this email, you wanted to speak with Mr. Copeland, correct? About the matters you were working on?
Yes.
Okay. And you have the ability as a district attorney, you said that your understanding is he was in jail, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and you have the ability to go to the jail at 901 Rice Street, correct?
Yes, I have the ability to go to the jail.
Okay, and as a district attorney, you have the ability to bring an investigator with you and interview a witness there, correct?
I wouldn't represent someone I wouldn't speak with someone that was represented by counsel.
Okay.
On any case or was recently represented by counsel.
Okay, so the reason that you called Mr. Melnick is because you would not speak ethically. Your code of ethics, you would not want to speak to someone who's represented, correct?
It's all of our code of ethics.
Correct. And you also would not want to speak to someone who was represented recently. Is that what you said?
I would reach out to the defense attorney prior to that, yes.
And that's what you did in this case. You reached out to Mr. Melnick, correct?
Regarding our investigation, in the
I
limited
understand.
scope to our investigation.
Yeah, I understand. You were not involved in the YSL investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as part of your investigation, you reached out to Mr. Melnick in an effort to speak to his client, Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Does anybody else have questions for Mr. Herzog? All right. No?
Inquiry for the court.
Sure.
I don't understand enough about it, and I understand that the ruling is maybe I shouldn't know about it. With the court, Mr. Williams has no objection. And if you do, please correct me. Would the court be able to find out whether this has any Brady implications from Mr. Copeland, either under Giglio getting a deal or he did not get prosecuted because he was involved, but he was being used as a witness, and I don't have that information.
Sure, I don't either, but that's valid. Let's find that out. So you can ask that question. You don't have any objection to that question, do you, from the state? Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Still.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'll let you know. Brady evidence, you feel comfortable talking about Brady evidence, what is required by Brady and its progeny?
Is the question whether I feel comfortable?
Yeah. Do you understand Brady and its progeny, what it includes?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't mean that to be insulting at all. Just, some people have different definitions of something. Dealing with Mr. Copeland, only Mr. Copeland, was there any type, no matter how non-promising, was there any type of agreement, promise, benefit to him, whether that's reduced charges, no charges, he's cooperating, he's a CI or whatever you want to call it, anything to do with that?
Absolutely not. I have no information regarding the YSL case or any investigation of the YSL case. I reached out solely related to a wholly unrelated matter.
Okay. And I'm broadening it besides what you call the YSL case. I'm saying, was Mr. Copeland given any benefit? Forget about this indictment before the Honorable Judge Whitaker. Was he given any benefit on any matter, including the matter you were investigating?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Mr. Williams? Okay. Anybody? All right. Any redirect by the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And did you have one other witness?
Yes.
Are they ready?
I couldn't put allow Mr. Atkins to go outside and check.
Sure. While we're waiting on finding that out, y'all were, well, I guess it was Mr. Atkins that was going to do it, so never mind. I'll wait on that one, trying to see what else we can get done while we're waiting. Nothing. Huh?
There was one matter, I guess, as it relates to Mr. Copeland, that I would ask that the court take additional notice of, since we're all from here.
What's that?
The date that his criminal matter that we were just introducing testimony about was resolved. There should be within the 22 U.S.C. 134, I believe, case in Odyssey, a disposition for those criminal charges. I would ask the court just to take judicial notice of that date.
All right, so it appears that the plea was entered on June 28th, 2023, and the disposition was filed on June 29th, 2023, and I'll take judicial notice of that. All right, what do we know, Mr. Atkins?
So Ms. Potter is 30 minutes away. I'm not going to ask the court to wait on.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, he said 40 minutes. He corrected.
Okay.
And so rather than have the court wait on that,
We're going to do that tomorrow?
I can, yes, I can do that.
All right.
And Your Honor, the other thing that I was looking at was I'm obtaining a certificate of service for Mr. Copeland that I believe was filed. I think he was served most recently in May of 2024. And if the court would indulge me one moment, I was just trying to determine who it was that served him, since the subject is state's actions regarding a witness, Mr. Copeland. And I would also argue to the court that there is not standing to complain of the interactions between state prosecutors and their witnesses in this case. And there's not standing to complain of what happened as it relates to Kenneth Copeland in the in-chambers hearing. But to the, on June 10th, in terms of King and its progeny, and what the transcript reflects, and the court has heard testimony reflecting.
All right. Well, their claim is a right to be present, and they have standing to make that claim. Whether I make a determination that they did have a right to be present or didn't is yet to be determined, but they can certainly make the claim. Was there, with regard to them, are there not being standing to complain about whether the state communicated with Mr. Copeland when according to the defense, the state knew him to be represented. I understand the assertion in that regard to be that the prosecution has violated a bar rule, and that they've also violated other bar rules over the course of this case, and that I should take that into consideration in determining whether and what remedy to fashion. Do I have that about right? I'm getting nodding yeses. Okay. So yeah, they can assert that to the court.
Okay. And Your Honor, as I obtained for the court that those final two pieces of information.
Okay.
I'd ask for the court's brief indulgence while I get the certificate of service and the date that he was served.
Okay. All right, I'm not even sure which one you're talking about, but sure, if it's relevant, I will unseal it. Can you let me know which one it is?
It was a certificate of service and it was filed on, okay, that's what we're getting today.
Okay. It's, and that's in which case? This
22.
YSL case?
Yes.
Okay. So I actually, once you let me know what it is, I actually, because I'm the court and I can, kept a copy of what is in each of the sealed filings once I reviewed it, so that in case we needed to see something again, I didn't have to do another order unsealing and resealing. So those are in an envelope in my litigation manager's office. And when you let me know what it is I'm looking for, I'll just pull it out of there.
There is a certificate of service for Kenneth Copeland that should have been reflective of a subpoena that was served on him, I think in May of 2024.
Okay. Without
the exact date, I don't want to, I think maybe May 31st.
Okay.
That sounds about right. May 31st
All right.
of 2024.
Sure. And maybe Ms. Persfield, you already are anticipating my need and sending an email to Ms. Rosser to see if she can pull that. Thank you. All right. And then with regard to Ms. Potter, is she going to be available in the morning, or does she want to Zoom? I don't care if we take her testimony by Zoom if nobody else does.
Okay.
I don't even know if she's available, but that's an option as well.
Thank you, Judge. That would actually work. I'm going to.
All right. Would that be okay if, I don't know if everybody's familiar with Ms. Potter, but I don't know if is she still with the DA's office?
She is. She's
Okay.
outside.
She's a prosecutor with the DA's office who used to be in my courtroom and who was the prosecutor for the case that Mr. Melnick handled on the other side of. Would everybody be okay on the defense side with us taking her testimony by Zoom here in court? If anybody has an objection, please voice it orally now. Okay. All right, so that'll work. If you can line her up for that, and I think you already have the Zoom link, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right. And as Ms. Love's doing that, Mr. Adkins and whomever from this side of the courtroom was going to work on the maybe one or two issues with Mr. Copeland's jail calls over the weekend. Did y'all get an opportunity to do that and reach any kind of resolution?
Your Honor, I have not spoken with any defense counsel in relation to those jail calls.
Okay. Wasn't that your task?
Your Honor, I will speak with Mr. Shard.
Okay. I can't remember who said they were going to do that, but I don't know. Y'all had told me at the end of Friday, before we had all of our more explosive motions put before the court, that on the jail calls that might or might not come in with Mr. Copeland's testimony, y'all had maybe 2 items that you thought you could work out everything, and there were 2 items that were still kind of in dispute?
That may have been Ms. Hilton.
It might have been. I don't know.
Just to get him.
I was out a little bit on Friday, but did Mr. Steele not deal with the jail calls at the end of the day on Friday?
I mean, so what we ended up doing was saying, oh, we may be able to just come to agreement on everything. So give us a little minute over the weekend and we'll get back to you. Anyway, apparently nobody did it, but y'all do that
Yes, Your Honor.
tonight, if possible.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I be allowed to step outside the courtroom for a brief 5 or 7 minutes?
To line up Ms. Potter.
To line up Ms. Potter and to speak with another member of our office.
Okay, so we will take another break and be back whenever you let a deputy know that you're ready, okay? Which hopefully won't be more than 10 minutes. All right. All right, were you able to get Ms. Potter?
So, Judge, my request is that the court allow us, if I call her, to do it in the morning, and to also allow us to, because we've got the case that.
Hang on.
Some defendants.
Oh,
Sorry, they said we're ready. So I just kind of assumed we were ready. Hang on. I should have looked. There are some empty chairs.
No,
That's everybody all right?
thank you, Judge. The state is asking if the court will allow us an opportunity to respond to the Ford Motor Company case that we provided today, and in making our final argument, and to allow us, if we decide the need to call ADA Potter. The main thing that I wanted to get out was regarding when Mr. Copeland pled, and I haven't had an opportunity to talk to her about that. I think she was the one that represented the state in that plea.
Yeah, she was, but I mean, I told you that he pled on June 28th of 2023.
Right. When I first started looking at Abigail Potter and had the three names.
Oh, okay. So you may not need her after all, then that's fine. Yeah, if that's all you needed her for, it's in the court record.
Okay.
And I have taken judicial notice of it. And then a response to the Ford case, I mean, with regard to whether that's the law or not, or whether that's an appropriate
I have not
sanction. Yeah, yeah, sure. You haven't had a chance to take a look at it, sure. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. You can make whatever response, if any, you want to in the morning.
And thank you. So that's it.
Okay.
Outside of Ms. Potter, I don't think that we would have any other persons to present. But if we did, we would have them here and ready to go first thing. I just wanted to review all of our notes and make certain that every issue that was raised here today is addressed properly.
That's fine.
Thank you.
And Ms. Rosser's looking for that certificate of service of the subpoena. And
I know that we keep copies, so I can get one of those too.
think that I've got the certificate of service of a subpoena that you are referencing, because it has that on May 31st, Investigator Long actually served Mr. Copeland, and I'll let you look at it, but it looks like it actually is also attached as a, and I don't know if it was or not, but it at least references that the order that Judge Glanville enters on the 7th that is pursuant to 24-5-507 that gives him immunity maybe attaches that subpoena, but I don't know. Anyway, if you want to come take a look and see whether that's what you mean. And if so, we can make a copy of it and you can do whatever you want with it from there.
Okay.
Is that it?
It is. It is. It's attached to the, as the court said, it's attached to the motion to, well, the order granting the state's motion to compel.
All right. And so it's already, I would think, then in the record.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And so what's their argument you wanted to make about that? Or just
that, and I can reserve the rest of it for tomorrow, but just that he was served, Mr. Copeland was served on May 31st, and I think that's well a week before he was ever called to testify or anyone was informed that he would be the next person up. And we did not, I'll make argument at the appropriate time.
all right. Okay, so tomorrow, in addition to wrapping up whatever final evidence and argument there might be as to either of those issues, what I would like, I think y'all now have, if not every bit of Mr. Copeland's prior testimony, almost every bit of it, and Ms. Weaver's been pretty fast at turning it around. And at this point, it may be best to redo the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony, including bringing him back in and asking him whether he wants to testify. And I'll hear from everybody on what we might need to advise him of, if anything he's been, or re-advise him of, or correctly advise him of, and then just maybe start from scratch with him. If there are things that everybody can agree, I just don't know whether we know what he's going to do or how he's going to testify. So I don't know if it's productive to continue to look and see whether there are things y'all can agree on. But if there are things that everybody can agree on and we can just say, okay, you know, these 5 things take as, you know, something he said and the rest of it redo, or whether we just want to start 100% from scratch. As I understand it, nobody had played the June 10th, 2015 interview from him yet anyway, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the only one where he inculpates any of these defendants, right?
No.
No, that's not right. That in the Donovan Thomas murder is what I mean.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Directly in the way that he did on
Okay. Okay. All right. But we need to make some progress into I am still considering and working through Mr. Shard's motion, and then we'll get to Mr. Weinstein's motion for mistrial. Both of them are motions for mistrial. But assuming for the purposes of getting things done, that those are not ultimately granted, then we need to pick back up with this trial. Obviously, if they're granted, then that's a whole other ballgame. But I want us to make progress in the meantime. So tomorrow, I would like for our focus to be on how to handle Mr. Copeland and his testimony or potential testimony once we have the jury back, whether there's any agreement as to anything, proposed jury instruction as to if we're disregarding any or all of it, what that should say, whether we need to take notes, all of that kind of like the details we actually need to think through. I want y'all working on that tonight so that we can make progress with that tomorrow. And, there are a lot of things up in the air in this case. And I am going to once again say to everybody that there's a lot of risk for everybody. There's a lot on the line for everybody, both sides of this case. And I know not everybody has necessarily the most fruitful relationship with each other across the aisle right now. But I know, Mr. Steele, you said that you do still have a good relationship with the district attorney herself, who certainly authorized to talk about each and every case because they're all her cases ultimately. But, y'all need to be thinking about all of the potential ways to handle and move forward in this case. And I encourage y'all to be doing that because who knows what it's going to be otherwise, okay?
And Your Honor, we did get last night, speaking of things that we can deal with.
Yeah.
We got last night from Mr. Sharp, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe about 76 proposed redactions from the proper of one of our witnesses that we discussed on Friday, Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
At some point, I know that the court is going to have us address those. So, and I believe that Mr. Sharp, he can again correct me if I'm wrong, said that he could go through that was from the August 2017 interview, a proffer from Mr. Zachary, and there's an earlier one that I think he said he's going to go through and okay. He said he's gonna go through another one.
Okay.
And so if he sends us those, that's another thing that we need to work out.
Perfect. And so y'all go ahead and tackle the first 76, see if there are things that you can agree on so that we can have an efficient day like we did on Friday where we sort out so that everybody knows here's what can and cannot come in potentially with regard to this witness. And he's coming up pretty soon. And if Mr. Copeland makes a decision different than his last decision, we may be getting to Mr. Zachary sooner than we think.
And if that is the case, then the state would have a motion for the court, similar to the one prior, with respect to Mr. Copeland.
You're gonna have to give me a hint as to what you mean by that.
So, Your Honor, just now, Your Honor referenced if Mr. Copeland chooses to do something different than what he chose to do last time, to testify. I'm assuming the court means plead the fifth again. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not undoing the immunity order. The immunity order stands. Unless y'all got some, I mean.
That's what I understand.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I guess we can. I don't at this point see a need to undo and potentially redo an immunity order. I know that there is the argument about how paragraph 11 might contain a misrepresentation as to whether there was an encounter. I mean, the way I read it and what it says is there was an encounter with representatives of the DA's office and people from the defense team. After that, Mr. Copeland told somebody he might plead the fifth. Now, I don't know whether from that it means Mr. Copeland was even a part of that encounter, or if that's just given me some kind of a timeline about one thing happened and then another thing happened. But the import of that to the predecessor judge and to any judge considering does immunity need to be granted and is immunity in the public interest here is not what triggered it. It's this witness who the state thought was going to be testifying voluntarily under subpoena or not now intends to take the fifth. The only way we can get their testimony, which we believe we need, is to compel it. Will you compel their testimony? That's the import of it to me, not what led up to it, because there's no allegation of coercion or dirty dealing or anything like that, if it even means that Mr. Copeland was involved in any of that. So I don't believe that the immunity order needs to be redone. If somebody else thinks differently, y'all let me know that right now. Silence. Mr. Steele.
I don't believe anything before Mr. Weinstein filed the first motion to recuse. I'm not challenging anything before that.
Okay.
But I do want to hold, there was a lot of exculpatory information before the recusal motion was filed, so I don't want to wipe out Mr. Copeland's testimony on the 10th,
All right.
11th, or part of the
All right, which is why I need y'all to get together on it and let's tackle that tomorrow. The nitty gritty of it, okay? All right, so that means y'all have to do that tonight if you haven't already done it. All right, anything else before we break for the evening?
No.
One more thing. All right, so it's my understanding that other than the transcript of June 12th, everybody should at this point have all of the testimony of Mr. Copeland, and the transcript from the 12th should be forthcoming within hours. And, you know, Ms. Weaver was working at like midnight last night. So as soon as she gets it, she'll either forward it to Ms. Percival, who forwarded it to you, or she'll forward it directly. So y'all should have that very shortly. All right, anything else before I bid y'all adieu for the day?
May I inquire if it's appropriate? Is the court's plan to bring the jurors back in on Wednesday? Is that still the plan?
I don't know, because we got things done today, but we didn't get any evidentiary, make any evidentiary progress today. So I don't know. It's less likely now than it was on Friday. And I'll just let y'all know right now that I have an appointment that was set up well before I had any involvement in this case for Friday morning. So I am not available this Friday morning, regardless, this coming Friday morning. And I'm not gonna, I don't know. Let's just see how tomorrow goes. I think we'll have a much better idea tomorrow, whether it's Wednesday for 2 days, which I don't love, or whether it's just next Monday, and let's actually make lots and lots of progress in the next few days and then buckle down with a trial on Monday if it turns out being that. But I'll, remind me tomorrow to think about that again. All right. We're adjourned for the day.
swimming in you. Hey, little mama, said I wanna take a dip in your pool. Just gonna look out there. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes a misty rain that gently touches my soul. Feels just like fire shut up in me. Yeah, simply lose control. Oh, rain down, follow me. Let your love just fall like raindrops, rain. Follow me. Oh, rain down, follow me. Let your love just fall like raindrops, rain.